Let me see. Probably the great Sir Ralph Richardson, I would say, was a master of the art who would have a rider containing requirements for sort of dirty magazines, preferably from the 1950s, of course, and buckets of vanilla Angel Delight, or butterscotch, as it is then called.
Yeah.
And that seemed to suit him very well. Gave him the sort of requisite power and energy and a brio on stage. And oh dear, is this live? Oh, dear, I am terribly sorry. I just revert to my normal voice and notice that we've gone live, and the audience is seeping into the gallery.
Yes, indeed. Let them come trickling in. Let them come trickling in.
Let them come, indeed. Yes.
I mean, I'm sure people would have cases of scotch and whatnot, secreted away, knowing some of the temperaments of some of the people going up on stage.
It's an interesting question as to what sort of, in the days before, Motley Crue had a rider in their dressing room, what the great luminaries of the Old Vic and the West End would have sought to have. But again, I think lots of those places are quite compact, bijou places when it comes to dressing rooms for the main for the actors, but not for the number one stars, not the number one dressing room. They probably would have had something relatively luxurious, probably something that is bigger than a sort of a standard London studio flat now, I imagine. You can sort of see Coward lounging in a dressing gown on a sort of rattan chair or something like that.
Yes, he would have to have a bowl of ice and some
exactly
ham and sort of that sort of thing, and 15 different varieties of cocktail available.
A mini bar, all of that stuff. I wonder. There's probably some sort of photographic record somewhere. I mean, that is the kind of typical thing, isn't it, that photographers used to love to do in the 20th century, of the tableau of the star in the dressing room or making up. I mean, there's all sorts of probably pictures I have in my dim, distant memory. I remember there was always one of Helen Mirren doing her makeup in a mirror somewhere. There's always somebody like at the Lyric Hammersmith, getting dressed up as a restoration fop, and it's shown as the sort of the actor preparing their inner circumstances, or lounging in a kind of suitably, what's the word, grandiose way before they make their entrance and give their leer. Have you ever seen the film The Dresser, the Albert Finney, Tom Courtenay film about?
No,
well, it is indeed. It pretty much as it suggests, it is a dynamic about a star who, in the probably in the 40s, I think 30s, 40s, who's probably based on Sir Donald Wolfett, one of the kind of actors in the sort of pre-Olivier time, or when Olivier was a young man, I think he was still going, who was sort of one of the kind of great lions of the stage. And this particular film, this play, The Dresser, I think is pretty sort of thinly veiled, kind of imitation of Wolfett and his dresser, and this relationship between them. You can imagine there's a certain sort of codependence that's portrayed in the film. It's a long time since I've seen it. It may be something to sort of have a look at, see if it's got anything for us now. But I suspect it's one of those things where where you see the dissonance between the great man on stage and the sort of crumbling, broken human underneath, who has to be cosseted and carried along by the ego massage provided by his Batman, or in this case in the theatre, the dresser. So as I say, it's a classic film. I should know more about it, but I saw it probably at university, so more than 30 years ago, and I can't remember much on it.
Indeed.
But
classic. Simon, please, in your finest stentorian tones, give us 2 minutes shilling. I'm relying on you very heavily today. So,
you are listening to the
2 minutes shilling. I will I will go down to my dressing room and fetch the vodka and
Yes.
ice. So I'll be back.
Indeed, indeed. So here you are on the Panama Hat channel. Welcome, welcome, welcome to one and all. You are in the refined boudoir of culture, high and low, from the innocence and charm of children's entertainments of the past to the risque louche, dirty books of the present. We will go into everything and anything to tear it apart and use it as perhaps a prism to refract the light of modernity through which you can see the many coloured shades of the glorious past singing to us through a mellifluous cultural oratorio that we shall enact for your pleasure on this channel. And in so doing, you will venture forth to your wallet and put your hand on it and say, no, I will not give them money for this free entertainment. Why should I? But then you will be stricken by a bolt of remorse and guilt, which will make you say, well, I suppose they are putting in the hours, these lads, down the YouTube mines, giving me 6 hours of virtually free, low-cost entertainment, and therefore I will give them a handy wodge of money, to which you can then venture forth to ko-fi.com. That's ko-fi.com/Panama Hat and unleash a plenitude of baubles, of trinkets, gold bullion, diamonds, bits of old jewelry that you have in a drawer that you don't really know what to do with. Melt them all down, send them to us in a pre-self-addressed stamped envelope. Well, it shouldn't be self-addressed, it should be addressed to us. But we are the self that we're talking about. And we will then empty it out into our Swiss bank account and live a life of absolutely extravagant luxury while we do these streams. So the address again to go to is ko-fi.com / all one word, Panama Hat. And you will make us extremely happy middle-aged men, or soon to be middle-aged men. Panama is still very, very young, but I will no doubt need all sorts of assistances for infirmity, hearing aids, those funny plastic rails that you have in the baths for getting in and out. Yes, special chairs, but I do need a special chair. Anybody who can recommend a special chair.
This is true.
This is the thing I've learned from working with YouTubers, slumming it as I am these days, from my glory years treading the boards, that the sort of the chairs that you get, like I had an office chair. I've got an office chair. I've got a steel case chair, which used to be admired, a steel case V2 Leap chair, which I got secondhand years ago. Well, actually, no, this one I fished out of a skip, but it was still working. And they're meant to be relatively comfortable. They're kind of cheaper version, not cheaper because they're still around about 800 quid or something, but I got them for nothing out of a skip. They're like the famous the Aeron chairs, the Herman Miller Aeron chairs, the sort of fancy mesh ones. They're very ergonomically sculpted, which are about £1,000. And you can buy these expensive office chairs, and I've had this one. It was comfortable to start with. It's less comfortable as we go on. But I noticed on YouTube, all ye young folks, you all have special, gamer chairs because you're gamers, and they're all luxuriantly padded, and they seem to have mechanical bits in them that
support,
massage your back. And I'm wondering if I should have gone the gamer chair route because, I look at all these, the Carl Benjamins of the world in their studies with their elaborate gamer chairs that are all plugged in, and they're sitting there for hours giving oratorios to camera. And I'm wondering, should I have gone the gamer chair route? And maybe the sort of the chic office type chair is not the way to go. So recommendations are welcomed.
Yes, indeed. And for this reason, you should be handing out the cash so that Simon can save his back for posterity.
Absolutely. Barreling it out, hand over fist, and just pouring it into a great void of some kind that ends up in our bank accounts.
Showbiz Sam, he's a real stalwart of the channel, and it seems a hardcore, one of life's hardcores, hasn't got a chair whatsoever.
Yes. Well, I think
doesn't need any of those chairs.
We should admire this kind of Spartan approach, which gives men the moral and physical fiber that they're going to need in the coming months and years
Yes,
that
indeed.
face us now as the Burnham Reich takes hold, and a great cloud is descending upon England, and snuffing out all signs of liberty. He probably never said anything like that, but I'm just improvising wildly.
Or his voice actor.
His voice actor. Do we know who that was?
It was Norman. I can never remember. I nearly said Norman Wisdom. It wasn't Norman Wisdom.
But Norman sounds about right. Yes, I know what you mean. We
I will
we
check
will
now,
have
Simon.
we'll have our team of researchers on that.
Norman Shelley. Norman Shelley
Norman
was who it
Shelley.
was.
Didn't know that. Yeah.
Who used to voice characters on a children's show called Toy Town.
Mm.
Used to be very popular here in the United Kingdom especially in the 30s during the war. Because it was sort of the equivalent of children's programming. Really, everyone would gather around the wireless and listen to the listen to the
Yes.
listen to the news and the BBC Home Service and all that kind of thing.
Brilliant.
And yeah, Norman Shelley used to voice Larry the Lamb on Toy Town, and Larry the Lamb used to go "Brrr, brrr," like that. He
Yeah.
used to talk like that. And of course, a certain drunk prime minister was not 100 miles away from that vocal range. So Mr. Shelley was brought in by the BBC at short notice to make recordings when Churchill was simply too drunk to record his own speeches. A lot of this is told with heavy referencing in the Irving. I think it's Volume 1 of Churchill's War by David Irving, a respected historian on this channel.
I see.
We intend to keep his reputation flying.
I see. Yes, I saw a tweet in the last few days from his family saying that unfortunately he seems to have somewhat declined. I know there's the usual thing
he's been
of
very ill.
People sending around the kind of the statements that he's passed on, as they say. But there's something actually he has, unfortunately, seems to have a neurological condition now, which means that his work is at an end. So
yes, he's been fighting for many years against his declining health, and it's very sad to see because he's because what a storied life,
Indeed.
And he was always willing to do these kind of secret agent style trips into foreign countries. He was banned from. He would sort of rent a car and drive 100 miles an hour into Austria to give a talk to sort of 5 people, and try and scramble out.
I mean, there's a dramatic structure sort of leaping out of that story, isn't there? Because you could do a film where you do a kind of parallel lives kind of thing, because obviously people on the sort of centre-right conservative zone make great play of how Roger Scruton would do the same sort of thing, going underground to Eastern Europe during the Cold War, and affecting this sort of same sort of educational odysseys across these forbidden zones. So there's a sort of interesting comparison there about how one is received and how the other is received, and perhaps the contrast in intellectual hypocrisies that entails therefrom.
Yes, quite. Yes, apparently for a lot of the early war, especially, Churchill was no use after about 5 PM. He would just be, insensible, basically, to use the old-fashioned term. So a lot of people just had to cover up.
Whereas I read once that the gentleman in Berlin would rise very late, sometimes around 2:00.
It's a Bavarian, Southern German cultural habit that he'd had most of his life.
Yeah. Do you think he had that sort of strange thing that you get in like places like Spain and Portugal and the Middle East, where people get up later, but then they stay up a lot later as well? They'll have dinner at 11 at night and then go out to a club at 3 AM.
I think for him it was more just bohemianism. I mean, he was always fundamentally kind of bohemian character. He was louche in personal habits, was Hitler. He was quite. He didn't like reading documents or attending meetings or doing any of the things that
wasn't a details man.
World leader. No, he would. I mean, when he first became chancellor, he spent most of the day sat in his office reading the paper. he didn't like doing any of the actual work.
Mm.
And I mean, this is also one of the reasons he never became any good as an artist, is because he couldn't practice. He
Yeah.
couldn't hone his art. He couldn't. He preferred the ideas of things to actually achieving them in that sense. I mean, a lot of his friends from his days as a sort of poor art student
Mm.
remember him just sort of they would say, "Oh, well, you're gonna come out with us, or you're gonna paint, or go to the opera or something." He would just lounge on his bed all day, kind of raging and ranting about this or that thing.
Mm. I heard he
Yeah.
had his own, what we might call his own cozy film. The cozy film that you put on and you watch again and again.
Mm.
And his was apparently Lives of a Bengal Lancer, a
Oh
strange
yeah.
regard for the British
Mm.
imperial military ethos there. So
Yes.
that was his, come on, Eva, get the reel out and bang it on, and they'd sink
Yeah.
into his deep leather armchair at Berchtesgaden Garden or wherever he was, and
Well, apparently he also quite didn't he have cartoons in store.
I
He
didn't
used to
know
import
this.
American cartoons, I think. Some of
Right.
which were actually banned because they were
Yes,
anti-German propaganda. But I think he used to have a stock of them. I seem to remember reading.
he overlooked that for personal curation reasons.
Yes, he
As
wanted to see the duck. Yeah.
Yeah, as we all do on this channel, we partake of the buffet of the left, the centre, and the right, and we look at it all on its own terms, because that is how you should regard these
You
things.
ever see that film, Simon?
Mm.
Lies of a Bengal Lancer.
Well, must say it wasn't. It's not been high on my
No.
list of rewatches, but maybe one should at this point.
Yes, I have heard of it, but I think I've ever
Yeah,
seen it.
yeah. There you go. I wanted to draw attention to something else about the arts today. Friend of the channel, who I mentioned last time, Amory Crane, did an interesting tweet yesterday or early this morning, which I think is an important topic to just natter about for a bit. And this is something I've said before, so I am getting in my kind of I was there first moment here. But he has expatiated in a more luxurious tweet than I can afford, and he's talked about this idea of people sometimes are very mocking about oh, it's the arts conversation coming up again, on the right, and they're all kind of moaning about not getting any funding, which I think is a pretty fair moan, because we know the other
Mm.
side is pretty stupendously well funded without nary a lift of an eyebrow, because they understand the point of culture. Um, and one of the important things is that it's not just funding as such, but I've discussed this with people like Alexander Adams before. Is that we need an arts critical faculty as well. So
Yeah.
you have producers of culture and art, paintings, books, films, all sorts of things. But then you do need. I mean, what you notice about. I mean, there's the sort of free market argument that comes in. Well, if you just pour all the culture out onto the world, the free market will propel the best to the top. And we know that's just bollocks. That's not actually how it works. How it works is, you are kind of propelled somewhat in your career, and eventually, you get your book deal, and then your book is discussed on Late Review with Mark Lawson and Tony Parsons and Tom Paul, and they all have a chit chat about your book on BBC Two late at night.
Tom
And
Holland. That's a
the
memory.
Guardian, Tom Paul. I used to like Tom Paul, and
He's.
he
I've
was
got a
always
book of his poems here. Actually, we can read
he
them if you.
he was always the thing where the panel would hate the thing that was being talked about, and he would always go,
Mm.
"Well, I liked it actually. I thought it was wonderful," and he'd go on his kind of tortoise Irish voice about it.
He's a bit of
Tony
a bastard,
Parsons would be
Tom
very
Holland.
snarky, and Alison Pearson would be there as well, and they'd all be kind of going. But that was kind of the part of the thing of getting people to read the book, is having the conversation about the book,
Mm.
and having, again, as I say, a developed critical faculty. So people, I've sort of, I said this to Alex when he was doing a book launch, that we kind of need a bunch of people who do regular and high quality criticism, and review and discussion of new culture for ourselves, so people can look, because you put out your book, and people kind of can take it or leave it. And I think it's very difficult for new authors to just do that, to put out a book and expect it to get much traction. But if there's a conversation about it where a bunch of people like us say, well, actually, it's really rather good, or we say, actually, well, we've got a problem with it here, but it's got this promise of talent or whatever that is beginning to flourish, and we should keep an eye on this one, and then have that atmosphere where culture is regarded in itself. It's the act of being seen to see culture. And then to say, let's discuss that, and bring that together for our audiences, our friends. So you give people a sense of, well, we've had a look at this and we think this is worthy of interest, and this is why, and to have that sort of more developed conversation. So I would say that Amory's treatise, as I say, a lot more developed, and he feels we should be talking about that as an atmosphere of scholarship as well, and doing these things properly, in terms of cultural review. But we're at the kind of popular end of cultural review here, so we're sort of seeking to draw your interest into things which you can then investigate, and then maybe you can see the deeper essays and works of consideration around these things, and sort of go into them. And again, it's sometimes you don't see the value, as I said to you before, Panama, that I've seen a film and I've hated it, and then somebody else, I've watched it with them and they've shown me the value of it, and I've gone, oh yeah, I really needed to actually have someone say, you need to look at it this way, Simon.
Well, this is it, Simon. And as in politics, art there'll always be an elite. There'll always be a taste-making elite and a critical elite, and we don't want to destroy it. We want to become it, right? It's the same as politics, right? You have to be mature about these things. You have to want to ascend the pyramid and make it your own. And also because people are desperate to be led. People want to be told what to like. They may not think they do, but they do, really, deep down.
And talent has to be, the thing of talent will out, and people will just spontaneously, their eyeballs will pop out of their head and they say, oh my God, that's amazing. You've just written Harry Potter level stuff that everybody in the world wants to buy millions of copies of, and they will all kind of love it. But these things don't happen without agents. They don't happen without book deals. They don't happen without promotion. They don't happen without critical review. They don't happen without a certain amount of cultural insertion. And I don't think these are things to be regarded as kind of lowbrow and dishonest in some way. It's just the thing of seeding things in the consciousness. You sort of have to have a dinner party where you bring people along and say, look, you haven't tried this before, but this is really good. And then you put it on the plate and then they try it and see. But you've given them a sort of cueing to say, this isn't the worst thing in the world. This might actually be tasty. What do you think? And then you find out. But you do have to have that space to introduce things, and give them a sort of a regard whereby people may therein see that they are worthy.
Yes. I mean, it's sort of it would be really great, wouldn't it, if someone here's 40 million, start a major publisher, or that kind of thing. Because we could just start curating, couldn't we? Just start putting out tastemakers and so forth.
We'd be doing this podcast from I don't know, the Isle of Nevis or something.
There'd be a rooftop studio. There'd be like a roof. There'd be in the roof of the building. There'd be a tower.
And strangely, all the things we'd be talking about would be reviews of really expensive wines and cigars. And then people say, well, where's the culture stuff? And we'd say, no, we're trying this Wagyu beef today, and we're reviewing various kinds of Wagyu beef.
Yeah, we've got our chef Stavros in the studio now. He's just cooking some tomato consomme.
Yeah, but you're not spending it on culture anymore. You're just spending it on idle pleasures. And we'd say, yes, we are.
You've got a problem with that.
The Panama Book of Idle Pleasures. That's another thing we're going to have to develop for the channel, because I mean, this is going to have to happen soon. There will have to be try the Panama range of savory gentlemen's condiments, and also coming soon the Panama range of gentlemen's aftershave.
We're going to need a few more Ko-Fi donations, I think. for that to be feasible, to start hiring product makers. We could
Come
get
on,
sort of like
fellas,
we get
diggy.
Marco Pierre White in, you know,
Absolutely. Well,
uh,
yeah.
and he'll sort of I don't know. Can you do Marco Pierre White?
I can't. With him, it's the transmission of a kind of intensity that's
Yeah, you have to have the eyes. Really, you can't really.
exactly. You
Yeah,
look, yeah. You have to look at him. You have to see him fixing his gaze on you. I mean, he's wonderful. If people haven't gone and looked at the YouTube channel, I think is it called BBC Maestro or something like that.
yeah.
He gives a talk about how he got into chefing, and he is a good storyteller. He is
Oh
really
yeah,
good.
yeah. The
He kind
Oxford
of,
Unions.
yeah. He's very. I mean, it's the thing, isn't it, of people with charisma who
Mm,
some people. I mean, he had a natural charisma when he was young, and he's developed a kind of. He is the kind of wise elder in a strange kind of crystal cave that you go on a long quest to the east to find him, and he's there like a kind
mm.
of benign Colonel Kurtz. Uh,
He just sits in the cave. Yeah.
but he delivers these water drops of intense wisdom that illumine your mind like a kind
Mm.
of best LSD trip ever. You go,
Is
I
it
see it all differently now, Marco.
is it true, Marco? You once made Gordon Ramsay cry? No, 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 no. I didn't make Gordon cry. Gordon chose to cry. That was his choice to cry.
Yeah, he's he's philosopher king. That's what we
Mm, mm.
that's what we like.
And
Um,
he just talks about how cooking it should be just for enjoyment. If you like doing something a certain way, do it that way. You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
yeah.
He can appear to be sort of
Feel the
modern and
passion.
relativistic, but actually he's
Mm.
saying, there is the wisdom in you deciding for yourself.
Yes, yes, indeed. We should perhaps one day we should watch like the early Marco tapes. His first
Oh,
appearances, and
oh
when he
yeah,
was a young sort of hot up and coming, you know, sort of like YBC sort of equivalent
yeah.
of the YBA,
Well, that's the
because
thing. Yeah,
there was a renaissance around that time, wasn't there? In sort of
yeah,
British cuisine, they were like it was sort of we were back in terms of having
yeah,
good restaurants again, and making
yeah,
fine food, and you had Fergus Henderson and opening restaurants, and that was the start of Gordon Ramsay as well, and all these sort of all these sort of, as you say, what young British chefs who were
yeah.
sort of changing the scene, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. I think that again, it chimes with that thing I was talking about last time of um, a sort of efflorescence of genius in Britain from the mid to late 80s into the early to mid 90s that happened in the arts culturally. Again, there was a favourable funding circumstance, but there were filmmakers and theatre makers who were genuinely interesting and doing
Mm,
something, and I think that did get in a sense into the water somehow, such that you did have these interesting creative people coming up in a moment before the Blair kind of evolution uh, of uh,
mm,
of politics, before the sort of the kind of the way that all became literally commodified, stamped with a label and put in a plastic bag that said Cool Britannia.
mm,
That sense of, you look at some of the early Marco Pierre White stuff, and he does have that kind of Byronic kind of aura about him that
yeah,
the British can do. These originals that kind of come out of nowhere, who've put in the hard yards and then become these interesting creatives. And actually, if things had continued like that, without the kind of the Blair intervention, it might have been quite something to see. And maybe Marco wouldn't have given up his Michelin stars and simply become a home cook, as he says.
yeah.
Um,
So I'm not a chef anymore. I'm a home cook. Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. That's
I
right.
think I think you're right. I think you're right. There is something there to be thought about. And his early stuff is, I mean, as I said, there's a clip of him in a Jonathan Meades film on. Meades does a thing on surreal film, and Marco Pierre White, I think, comes in at the end, and they're cooking eggs in some way.
Yeah.
But you know,
Well, it's fascinating watching any process in which someone has to put all that work in to get to the top.
mm,
In a sense that, like, for these people to, what was it? Marco starting out at 14,
mm,
the back of a regional hotel
yeah,
after his dad basically took him round and said, "Here's I give you my son,"
yeah,
and handed his son over to the culinary trade, and that was it. Basically,
yeah. Put your suit on, go and front
yeah,
up, pin your ears back, and just listen, and
yeah, yeah. And they said, well,
become.
on the first day went in there. They just said, remember now, no matter what happens, no matter what you think, no matter what anyone says to you, just say yes, chef, and do it. All right.
Yeah.
Just say
Yeah.
yes, chef, and get on with it. Yeah, that's it. Just keep going. Just keep going.
Nothing wrong with putting yourself in the service of someone who is excellent at what they do and knows what they do,
Mm.
and just trying to learn on your own terms. It's
And
never easy.
the sort of feminine modern idea that because like that for some reason someone's temper has to come into it. So you're not allowed to be bad tempered, right?
Mm.
You can be told you can be anything else, but you're not allowed to be bad tempered or hard to work for, or make people cry, because you're a bit
Yeah.
harsh.
Yeah.
It's like, well, who cares? If they're at the top of their field and they're teaching you something, you should be just enormously grateful no matter what they say.
See that
Um,
exactly. I think that's
yeah.
fantastic. I think
Mm.
it's a privilege to have exposure to that. It's why you try and find where's the most interesting conversation going on, and you zoom
Mm.
in on that. Where's the most interesting activity going on? And I've often wanted to do that, is to say to people, artists, performers, I just would like to be there in the room while you're operating or creating,
Yes.
not to expose you in any way, to get a sense of how the brain and the body are working together, to be in the creative mode, and how to do things. And it's just amazing when it's like, sometimes actually you see like a tradesman comes and does something that you've absolutely botched and messed up, and they come and do it with that kind of zen-like thing of maximum effect, with the least amount of flummery and excess and screwing things up. They just know how to direct their energy to make things as efficient as possible. And you can be sort of over careful when you try to do things and you mess them up, and they just go bish bash bosh and it's done, and you go, oh my god, that's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, as you're right, just seeing the process and seeing the skill get laid down is so hypnotizing, I find.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, there's Hunter S. Thompson when he was young. I know quite a few writers that have done this. They actually typed out he typed out the entirety of the Great Gatsby
Mm.
by Fitzgerald, purely to feel the rhythm, to feel what it would be like to actually write that prose.
Mm.
Um, and kind of then get an approximation for it. It's quite, if you see what the method is there.
Yes.
Literally feel the feel of it going down onto paper.
Yeah.
To know when you're doing something right.
I mean, that's the thing, is some people feel, again, there's something dishonorable about, we relegate it to a kind of saying like, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, so we make it kind of like it's a slightly guilty pleasure. But actually, we all have to start and learn by imitation, and there's no shame in literally copying, as you say, in order to get inside the organism or the machine and feel how it operates, and to be able to examine how you respond to it when it happens to you. It's like, a vial of elixir that you're taking and letting it sort of work a magic on you like a potion.
Mm.
And getting to know work like that is deeply important. So I think when you are starting out, I knew this, I've had this conversation with people who act, and everybody kind of ends up sort of imitating someone to begin with, but it's kind of a shamefaced thing in the acting world. You sort of, when you're a bit older and established, you can say who your influences were, but actors are often very self-conscious about the fact that they probably are imitating someone or imitating bits of people, in order to find a performance style. But you inevitably sort of have to, because you're testing effects in your voice and in your body, and the picture you make on the stage or on the camera frame, and it has to be that way. And the best actors I've known, all who came up through a sort of the repertory system, said you watch people and then you tried to recreate what they did on your own terms, the impact they have, and that sort of made them, because inevitably that stuff does fall away at a certain point and you do find your own style. It is just the way things are, but you have to be patient and not be too self-conscious about the fact that, yeah, I'm imitating this, oh, how embarrassing, I can't admit that. Actually, it's fine. I used to sort of pick up bits of John Hurt or Derek Jacobi or things like that, watch them and then recreate sort of bits of things that they were doing. It was kind of not so much imitating them vocally or physically, but something about their energy that you could transfer into your own performance, and that's how you became into a part. And then it sort of eventually opened up a sense of a space where you went, I don't need to imitate anybody else now. I'm interested to make it completely different from what anybody else has done.
Mm, mm. Yeah. So I mean, I'm not particularly beaverish by temperament. In that I'm the sort of person who will either do something all in or not do something at all. In that, so I tend to choose my battles, if you like. But where the one field I have that sort of ambition in
Mm.
is obviously in literature, and
Mm.
that the kind of hours and the kind of practice that has gone into something like that. I mean, is very. I think it's rewarding just by the merit of doing it. I think even I've got no capacity really to judge what kind of skill I have or what skill I ever will have at it, but it's just spiritually good, I think, to have something that you hone in that way.
Mm.
Without any sort of external support, without any kind of input, you just go on with it.
Yeah.
Especially because the sort of composing, sort of writing is such a solitary act as well, which is sort of difficult because I'm a very sociable person. So the 14 hours a day alone in a room
Mm.
is not
No.
temperamentally suitable to me, but it's
You
what
you
has to
are
be
an
done.
you are an appallingly sociable person, really.
Yeah, this
Horribly
is
sociable.
yeah.
That's yeah.
Yes, but there's no achievement without sweat, is there? So
Yeah, yeah, the loneliness of writing is something that puts me off it. That's the sort of
mm.
difficulty of it. But the fact that there's the tension in the life where you still do it anyway, that that then gives it a level of
Well,
the admirable beyond someone like me who isn't putting in that work to get that achievement out of something that's difficult.
I think a lot of it comes down to what Auden called the habit of art.
Mm,
In that I've always sort of had it ever since I was young. I mean, partly because you know I always had lots of friends at school, but school was 2 towns away, right? It was quite a long way away, so I didn't
mm,
have any friends locally in the house, near the house where I grew up. Um, which meant that a lot of the time I was on my own, not for want of trying, and I would just turn to books because we had a huge library of books in the house. So I just start
mm,
reading, and then you just go in with it. So it's sort of, and if you like the habit of making up things,
mm,
just as a
mm.
form of entertainment or
Yeah,
to exercise the muscles of the mind,
yeah.
that was always just something that I turned to immediately
Mm,
before there was anything else to do. Um,
yeah.
so I suppose that helps in the sense that once you become accustomed to doing it, you kind of
Well,
get the knack for it. Well, it's kind of in the sense
mm,
that even though I mean, as many people who like to write or do it professionally, they all say the act of writing itself is hateful. Like it's not, it's a horrible. It's
mm,
actually sitting down and writing something isn't a pleasant thing to do.
mm.
It's never very fun, especially because on a cerebral level, it's kind of like sitting down and looking at yourself in a mirror. You
Yes.
you you're just sitting there and looking at all the things wrong with you.
Yeah. Yes.
Basically,
Yes.
you do have to have a bit of resilience for it. Um, but it's yeah, not it's the I mean of all people to quote George R. R. Martin, but I think he summed
Mm,
it up very well
mm,
when he said, "Well, no, writing itself is never fun. The act of
mm.
having written is fun. That's
Yeah.
where the joy is. It's in looking back and seeing what you've done and if it's good.
It's true. It's well,
Yeah,
yeah, it's like I have to say it's like exercise, which I've been out of for some time, but which I've recently restarted, and the pleasure is actually in the feeling afterwards,
having
you
done
know,
it. Yeah.
of having done it, and it's like it's a little bit like I remember years ago, some guy who lived in California. He used an analogy. He said to me, well, it's kind of like working in porno. It's really great to get dirty because it feels wonderful when you're clean afterwards. You know,
It's
yeah.
almost
So
like it's almost like the Rasputin. Did
yeah.
you ever read about Rasputin's sort of cult he was allegedly in? I don't think they've ever
No.
proved he was in it. There was a heretical religious cult in the Orthodox Church in the early 1900s that again, this is a lot of what we know about Rasputin is conjecture. So this is, take this with a grain of salt.
Hmm.
But supposedly he was in a cult which held the idea that how can you be forgiven and reach the ultimate spiritual ecstasy by God if you've not sinned? You have to
Yeah.
sin in order to be
Yeah.
forgiven, right?
Yeah.
So how does that work?
Yeah.
So Rasputin would basically, find some sort of spiritually needy upper class woman,
Yeah.
and use his incredible sexual charisma to seduce her
Deprave
into
her.
bed. And then she would say, "But isn't this wrong?" And he would go, "Well, no, my child. How can you be forgiven if you've not sinned?" And of course, this is
Yeah.
deeply heretical, idea in
Do you think in a way
any form of
Rasputin was?
Christianity. But yeah,
Do you think in a way Rasputin was a kind of sort of the early kind of hippie in a way? The way that the hippie movement kind of became,
well,
at least criticized as being a kind of sexual free for all for men, done under the guise of but you've got to
it's
let it all hang out, man. You've got to sort of get in touch with the cosmic
possibly.
consciousness.
I mean, I think the thing about the hippies is, as AA said, whenever you look at the
Mm.
footage, there's a lot of very, very attractive girls and a lot of very, very ugly men, and you think, well,
Yeah.
someone's taking someone for a ride here, I mean, always literally.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, but the thing about Rasputin and all the the things we allegedly know about him is that a lot of it is like we don't. There's no proper source for it. We know almost nothing about the man actually. A lot of it is czarist sort of propaganda, like not sort of like ex monarchists and aristocrats made up things about him. The Soviets subsequently demonized him because he was a key figure of the sort of decadence of the imperial court, if you like.
Yeah.
And this kind of thing. So we have very little actual reliable information about who he was or where he came from.
I think that's a good point to make in the social media age, because I see this. If you're going to be defined in the future by the gossip of your enemies, that is something to think about. Especially, I let's say I see it in certain enclaves of social media where I see both sides of the case. And I've got a good idea of what a person is actually like from experience and what people say they're like, and it's worth reflecting on that. The notion of the importance of history in the telling and who is telling it and for what purpose, which is obviously sort of part of the meat and drink to us about how you think about reality and how it's conveyed and dissonances between them and that's why I think especially now we need to sort of think about that, because it is all too easy to kind of rouse the ire or the prurience of people online. I mean, increasingly part of the reason I'm sort of tuning out of conversations on social media is the amount of absolute arrant bullshit that's put up by people, like basic fact checking, for example. It's there simply to elicit an emotional reaction, and the lie is very quickly settled into because it allows you to luxuriate in the emotion rather than think about the truth of the situation any longer.
Yes. Also, just I meant to say, as people in the chat have pointed out, Apostolic Majesty did a wonderful video on Rasputin recently. For those who want to know more about him from a highly reputable source and friend of the channel.
Yes.
And yes, well, but I mean, to be fair, I mean, if you're Rasputin,
yes,
and you've got this legacy that's been left. I mean, he didn't get out badly. Basically, what sort of evil wizard top shagger. It's basically the reputation. I mean, I think I'd settle for that. If there's nothing else.
Yeah, you literally get your own disco song. 70 years later. Yeah. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
One for Panama Hat. Oh, those Welshmen.
Panama.
That's great. It's writing itself.
Something. I don't know.
It's
with the voiceover. Instead of and all the drinking, and it would just be
yeah.
Jonathan Meades. It just Meades, yeah. But after all this drinking and lusting, Hadamar could no longer make himself get to the stream on time. Yeah. Something had to be done about this dangerous man.
Speaking of expertise, we will. I will retweet that Rasputin video from Apostolic Majesty after this, because we do like to link to other people in the in our sphere. I mean, especially as I said before about, I just like the people who do have a genuine in-depth expertise and will go into detail on things in the way that sort of, the casualist, what's the word, dilettante like myself will not necessarily do. I might want to take a slightly more generalized view and link things up to other things. But they will actually go into that depth. And Apostolic Majesty, if you want depth, they do depth, and he is a great channel to follow. Also, we had a nice comment yesterday from Tom Rousell on a couple of tweets I put out about the fact we were doing Jonathan Meades, and he alluded to the fact that his video that he did, a film called From Ruins to Ruins, which you can find on YouTube. He took Jonathan Meades as an inspiration for his presenting style. And he is another interesting expert in our area, Tom Rousell. So go and have a look at that video and check him out.
Indeed.
He obviously deals in the early ethnogenesis of our peoples, and he gives good analysis in that respect, and is a good trenchant pusher back on those who sort of seek to abrogate history into their own political ends, and that just that kind of matters.
Yes, indeed, it does. And yes, do check out our friends, because they all make excellent content. Gorse Flowers asks, Simon, are there any events in London coming up?
Oh, events in London coming up. That's a good question. Nothing in especial that I can think of. I think I am toying with the idea of, in the future, maybe getting together live screenings of things, finding a way to take see, a lot of places like hotels in London have cinema rooms, and I was talking to a Mr. Matthew Glamore, who you will know of, about this very thing. He himself something of a culture vulture and entrepreneur of the arts, a wizard, a magus.
If you see him, he's a mage. Yeah, he sort of he's like a really tall D'Annunzio,
Yeah.
kind of looking figure, isn't he? He's really you couldn't miss him in a room.
He is the Doge of depravity in the.
Yeah.
He kind of
we love him.
He was a big cheese in the music and club world in the past, but he had lots of interesting connections as well. And we were chatting about the idea of, he said, well, there's lots of these places you can hire relatively inexpensively, and it'd be nice to do live screenings of things with, maybe with chat and commentary, or maybe just the pleasure of live screenings. I mean, as I said last time, it's great to see things on big screens with other people. The cinema experience, I think, is much underrated now, because it's become like a convenience food, a TV dinner. You sit there with your little phone screen or your slightly larger plasma screen, but you watch on your own, which I think it can have a place, but it can also be deleterious to a work that is not something about. You watch a great film together and you are kind of suffused with something of its greatness, and kind of buzz. Everybody kind of is like a tuning fork afterwards. They've been tapped and they're all resonating at this other frequency, and they go, wow, that really. And when you see a big image on a screen, it really is brilliant. You go, yeah, that's fantastic. So I'm thinking possibly things like that to come up, but there's nothing specific organized at this stage.
Have you had any updates on the Curto conference?
The Curto conference is going on. I think it's September the 12th in Bournemouth at the Freemasons Hall. The tickets are on sale now. It's you do have to sort of, again, I'll put the link out after this. You do have to sort of dig a little bit about for the information. They haven't made it easy. It's listed on Eventbrite. If you look up the Adam Curtis Party Conference, 10th anniversary of hypernormalization, his documentary from 2016, there are tickets on sale, but the sales end in 7 days. They end on August, 8 days, whatever, August the 1st. There are early bird tickets for the Saturday the 12th, the main event, which are 40 quid. There are early bird student tickets, 20 quid, patron tickets for 100 quid. And you can buy individual sessions for 20 quid, or you can be a volunteer. So I'm looking at this and wondering, because they haven't really announced the speakers yet. And as I said on Deepest Law yesterday, what I suspect they're doing is they're getting the money in first and then inviting speakers and saying, yeah, this is what we can pay you to come along. So the trick is, as I say, I might go, well, if I don't get an offer to speak, I'll have to buy a ticket. And then they'll say, do you want to come and speak? And they'll say, and I'll say, yeah, great. How much are you paying? They'll say, 40 quid. And I'll say, but that's what I spent. And they'll say, yeah. And they'll be like,
Simon,
I'll have paid the sum of nothing.
You will always have funds from this channel to back you up. We will make sure. I need you to get there because, as AA said, you are probably the foremost world expert on Kurto now. So
it feels very accidental, though. Unfortunately,
yeah.
It's a strange.
I really want to get you there. Though I just think it would be really worth it. You could do some like live journalism. You know when they used to send people to like the Tory party conference.
Yeah.
You know, we'd have like day 3 of the Kurto conference. We have Mr. Roberts here on the end of our line. What is going on, Simon? You know,
it could be good fun. I could I've got my digital recorder and mics and stuff, and go down and see, savor the vibes and see what's happening. So
Beth Rigby down there.
The thing is, with going down to things like this, it's not so much usually buying tickets to events. It's the fact that when you go and stay in places like hotels, kind of want to sort of chew an arm and a leg off you, because they know that you're there and you need somewhere, and you think, oh fucking hell, and then prices go mad, etc., and it's Bournemouth, but whatever. I mean, yeah, I will probably find a way to get down there somehow. Even though I've had the nod from a big Panama money is in the wings there, but I don't make assumptions about my friends and about my work. But obviously, if any of you out there want to whisk me down to Bournemouth, and because otherwise it's 4 hours on the motorbike, the back-breaking Honda Iron Horse.
It is amazing. He comes into town like Steve McQueen. You should see it, the way he comes, motoring in.
I kind of come and do a wheelie in front of Panama and AA, and they all clap.
He does.
They all applaud.
Yes, that's right. And he goes, "Hey, Daddy-o." Like
that. That's it. Sort of cigar, chomp between my teeth, leather jacket, split to the navel.
Oh, yeah.
Shades and everything,
yeah, hair oil, it's all in.
Yeah, so that may happen, but no specific events. But I think we should move towards an arena. This is a genuine thing. Why I am vulgarly soliciting for cash on this channel is so that actually, hopefully, in the future, we can set aside funds to create events where we could do things like that.
Yes, exactly.
There has been talk of people who've approached me who I understand there's a possibility that some people who are doing another podcast want to do a live screening of an Adam Curtis film, and I'm sort of in touch with that, and hopefully it'll be, because there's one film that we haven't done called It Felt Like a Kiss, which is basically a non-narration film, but it's mostly images and music from that great period of Americana in the 50s and 60s that Curtis is fascinated with. Which would make a good kind of live showing for people to come and enjoy as a kind of cafe event in a way. So that could be a thing that happens, but I'd like to encourage live events because we don't have enough, and there does need to be a balance. I know it's very difficult because people are spread. In some cases we've got listeners maybe from America or all over the world. Well, we do have listeners from all over the world. What am I saying? Of course we do. Legions of fans.
Of course.
And it would be nice if everybody was within a small, short distance of London or something like that. But such is life. But I think IRL is the way I want to see things go.
Yes. No, we need to do live screenings, and we need to bring back, Simon, Cafe Society. We need to be meeting up in cafes at odd hours and virulently discussing Hegel and De Maistre and gabbling over coffee and absinthe.
Join Panama Hat and Friends for his Salon of the Demi-Monde in London.
We should do that. We should actually host a salon. We should say, right, everyone meet at this cafe at this time.
Literally no earlier start than 11 p.m.
We will colonize a cafe. We'll find a late night cafe in London. We'll just take it over. Yeah, and we'll just do. We'll just do. We'll just talk. We'll just talk for 5 hours and then go, right, everyone off to bed.
Do you know what? Do you know what? There was a funny little place that used to exist years ago. It was on the road from Vauxhall to Clapham, and it was a place, I think it was called the Lost Society. And I believe from the pictures I saw, it was a kind of place that was very much, if you can imagine a kind of decor on the inside that would be influenced by an Edgar Allan Poe novel. I imagine it was lots of
Oh,
kind of blood red velvet drapes and, people in kind of, if you imagine they'd walked out of, Dorian Gray or something like that. I think it was it wasn't a kind of, I don't think it was necessarily a kind of gothy place. There probably would have been a few gothy types, but I think it was people sort of looking to revive that kind of era of, the Gothic romanticism. um, it was around the time that you had a theatre company, Punch Drunk, who've since gone on to become very successful, an immersive theatre company where you go in and they take you into a world that they've created. It's not just walking into a theatre venue. It's usually a place that they've taken over and they've dressed it like a set, like a
hmm.
film, incredibly detailed. And they were at the BAC, the Battersea Arts Centre up the road, doing the Mask of the Red Death, which was like a compilation drama piece based on the stories of Edgar Allan Poe. So you'd walk in and you would be in rooms from the Poe stories, like the Cask of Amontillado, or I mean, one room was like it was walking into a 19th century London opium den. And I don't mean
Mm.
it was a room that they just tarted up. It was like it was bizarre. You
You
went
were
through
there.
you were in it. It was like it was a film set. It was like, I mean, there's one in Once Upon a Time in America, I think, where in the beginning Robert De Niro is smoking opium. But this was like the ones you see in etchings or engravings of London at the time.
Mm.
With it was dark and the flickering lights and these beds where people, would be lounging with their opium pipes. It was incredibly detailed. And then you went down and there was a cellarage where the Cask of Amontillado was, and then you went to this other room and it
Mm.
was all kind of flowing drapes billowing in, and there was actors came through and played little bits of scenes. There was a sort of, a girl who was a typical kind of Gothic literature girl who was doomed in some way, being chased by a man in a kind of flouncy shirt, and there was sort of mirrors and sorts of oddities in the room that were very uncanny, and it was lit
Mm.
brilliantly. And you wandered through this whole world of stuff that took you back to these sort of points of the decadent, the dangerous, the interesting of the 19th century as captured in that literature. And then it went. There was a great hall where the thing ended eventually, and there was an immense kind of literally the Mask of the Red Death, a carnival of macabre physical
Simon,
performance.
Simon,
Yeah.
this is so. Where is this place? We need to. Where?
Well, the BAC,
Please, is it still there?
the Battersea Arts Centre is a well-known arts venue in South London,
Mm.
and it's a nice old building. It's great. It's fantastic old features inside. If you have a look at the BAC, pictures inside it are great. So it was perfectly suited to doing these performances where they took it over, they redressed rooms and spaces so that it was like walking through these chilling Edgar Allan Poe mansions, and like they created streetscapes in there as well, as if you were on sort of 19th century London street. Incredible stuff. And this was years ago. The Mask of the Red Death. Look the show up. I don't know if there's many pictures out there, but it was astonishing. And they do
No,
that with venues.
I
They
want to go
re
to this
they
cafe.
and this place, the Lost Society, was up the road, and I think they took a lot of inspiration from that style. And I don't think it's there anymore. I think it's long gone. But I used to go past and wonder at it, think, I wonder if I should go there. I wonder what it's like. But the sort of friends I had weren't very open-minded to doing anything, and so I never went there. And I never sort of liked going on my own to things. Um, but I think there was a kind of a penchant for that kind of recreation. That not just, as I say, the whole goth thing it's kind of a club phenomenon in a way, but this was
Mm.
different, and it wasn't just LARPing. It was people who were just interested in creating literally a demi-monde that you could sort of sway into and be in you know this strange atmosphere of I mean, they did I think actually as part of the show at the BAC. Yeah, I remember now because they did. There's a big area like a sort of an empty music hall theatre that they recreated, a huge space inside the BAC,
Mm.
and they created a bar. and it was populated by all these kinds of. I mean, it was a kind of sort of part of an era where steampunk was kind of a lot of interest in
Oh yeah.
steampunk as well. So there was a certain amount of flavoring of that, but they created a kind of, it was like a 19th century Parisian bar. And the sort of things I mean, you could have I mean, I had absinthe and all sorts of things, like that were on offer. It was not straight stuff like here's your Peroni or anything. It was all kind of like period drinks.
Pint a mile, please.
Yeah, and it was just astonishing. It was like a sort of dark kind of like the Moulin Rouge in a way, but there was I can't remember what the acts were like now, but it was darkly inflected. And then after people had drinks, they could kind of drift out through another tunnel into another part of the show, and eventually, as I say, it wound up on the ground floor where or this like cellarage part where these dancers in red gear sort of came out and did physical theatre stuff, and it's difficult to describe unless you're there. But the other thing you had to do is you had to be masked. I remember now, they gave you masks you had to put on at the door.
For a second there, I thought you meant like a COVID mask. I was like, oh no.
No,
you mean like a sort of Eyes Wide Shut-esque masquerade.
A bit like sort of Phantom of the Opera type thing. Everybody was given this mask, so everybody you encountered in there, and it was very dark throughout. So it was like walking among the lost shades of hell, the whole thing. All the people who were with you in the show took on a different aura as if they were these lost souls. So it was brilliant atmosphere. But I mean, Punch Drug's become a bit of a monster now, and they do all sorts of shows. They did a show with Curtis years ago. They did It Felt Like a Kiss as a show in Manchester in an office block, which they dressed as mid-century America. So that would have been pretty incredible to see.
Speaking of absinthe, Simon, have you ever been to the Thin White Duke? Just up, what street would it be? It's just down from the old Raymond Review bar site.
I know where the area is. Yeah,
Soho.
yeah.
Right on the edge of Soho towards Piccadilly.
Yeah. Okay. No, I don't know it. Is that an interesting place?
Well, it's a very, very tiny bar.
Yeah.
Basically famous for its absinthe. They have absinthe on tap, and they do wonderful absinthe-related things there.
Oh, wow!
And the building is occasionally inhabited by a small dog called Dim Sum, who appears to sort of bless everyone with good luck.
That sounds like a sidekick in an Indiana Jones film,
It does, doesn't it?
Come on, Dim Sum.
Come on, Dim Sum. Okay, Mr. Jones. Yeah.
Wasn't genuine absinthe meant to be sort of dangerous in some way?
Because the thing is, there's by genuine, a lot of people mean like the sort of 1890s French stuff, which was less that it was genuine. It was more just like ludicrously high proof. I think it was like something like it was like some of them had like 90 proof, versions of absinthe. I mean, it was dangerous. It was drinking ethanol basically with a bit of wormwood in it.
I was going to say, is it like wood alcohol that you go blind?
Yeah. Well, people would go blind and they would hallucinate and all kinds of. I mean, bear in mind this was not like a widely adopted thing. This was like one or two dodgy cafes that were doing this kind of stuff. But it became prominent in literature and art and so forth. Actual sort of reputable absinthe is it's a bit higher than vodka and gin. I don't know what the exact proof is, but it is pretty high. And it's got a lot of. The thing is, I like it when it's mixed, but I really hate the taste of aniseed. Yes. So I find it a little bit tricky to drink, and it does get you very, very pissed.
Oh, it was great. It was great. Fast. I was only disappointed that it didn't actually kill me. I was thinking, absinthe, the dangerous drink. Am I gonna go into kind of a laudanum haze and then black out and then find myself in Hades? But
yeah.
I just enthusing about dangerous alcohol there. But don't do this at home, children. I was going to say to people,
do this at home. Drink absinthe. Drink absinthe and give us money. Do it now.
The closest thing I was going to say, if you want to get a recreation of the sort of atmosphere that show had, if you go and watch Ken Russell's Gothic with Gabriel Byrne, Julian Sands, Natasha Richardson, the way that film is done gives a good idea. That's a story where Lord Byron and Percy Shelley are in Byron's villa in Italy at the Villa Diodati in 1816, and they are just getting just completely wankered on laudanum. They have a kind of mad weekend of hallucination and running around the grounds of this place, which is deeply sort of romantic and macabre. And that's a good good simulation of what this particular show was like. But there you go. It's why can't we return to the age of expensive European villa decadence?
I mean, Simon, this is what you and I are working on.
This is the Panama Project. We haven't told you about it.
Yes. You and I will soon be absconding across the channel in a small boat with our opium and our drugs and our hot female novelists.
Exactly.
And and a case of absinthe, and heading up to Switzerland for a big blowout party.
Exactly. It's all opium and incest in great clothes, which is kind of what Ken Russell's Gothic is about.
Exactly. You should see the smoking jackets.
Yeah. Come on, crypto bros. We need velvet smoking jackets. We need to wear a crop. We need to have great threads.
If it fit over my headphones, I'll be wearing one of my German street smoking caps now. But
there you go.
Alas, technology. But yes, no. I mean that I really want to see that film about the Villa Diodati. What a pivotal moment in the history of English literature. Byron, Shelley, both Shelleys. Up on a a peak in Geneva.
It's the weekend where allegedly Mary Shelley comes up with the Frankenstein story, and so they're telling.
You say allegedly, Simon. I'm a staunch defender of everything Mary Shelley. So
no. I mean, I only say allegedly out of ignorance because I don't know. Because if I say something definitive, like she came up with it, someone in the chat will go, "Well, I think you'll find actually you're completely wrong there."
It was entirely written by Percy Shelley. She had nothing to do with it. Nonsense. So I mean, to set the scene, I mean, it was as they called it, that wet, ungenial summer of 1816. Are you sitting comfortably? The sort of horrible weather, lashing down with rain. No light, no sun.
I'm giving sound effects there.
Yes, welcome back to Radio 4. And do you know why that was, Simon?
Why?
Because in 1816, all the way over in Indonesia, what would become Indonesia, on the island of Java,
indeed,
a huge volcano erupted. Colossal. Krakatoa east of Java, west of Gravesend. A colossal volcano erupted, spewing ungodly clouds of ash and soot into the sky. And before long, all of Europe and parts of America were covered in volcanic dust and ash in the sky, and there was no way for the sun to get through. So for an entire year, there was no summer, there was no sunlight. It was just frosty and dark, and all the crops failed. And there was rioting, there was civil disorder. Europe was still recovering from the Napoleonic Wars, so it was even worse, because everything had been sort of disrupted by war and destruction. And there were around Europe, men formed what were called blood or bread gangs, where they would arrive at places where grain and food was being held, and they would basically give an ultimatum and then storm it, with the logic being that, well, either we're going to die of starvation or you're going to shoot us as we try and get the bread. So it doesn't really matter either way. We'll just try. Yes, so all that was going on while the Shelleys were having what they called a wet, ungenial summer at the Villa Diodati.
The Gothic apocalypse. I mean, this is fantastic. This reminds me very much when I lived in Australia, which I did throughout the 80s and into the very early 90s. There was a Philippine volcano called Mount Pinatubo that erupted it was 1991. And it did this. It only had a marginal effect, but you had incredible sunsets and skies because of the volcanic ash in the atmosphere that affected it as far south as Australia. So it's always an interesting time. You have You have elements of this in plays like Richard II, where the overthrow of the king, is presaged with all kinds of portents of meteors and, strange agricultural happenings. The sheep are doing this, whatever they're doing, tap dancing or something. But people reading, oh, it is a vile omen, my lord, that
Yes.
the sheep doth tap dance or whatever. But I like those kinds of the congruences between unrest in nature and political ferment. Whereas the thing of now is it's all this kind of relatively pleasant weather, and Burnham.
Yes.
There's no drama anymore for Panama. We want revolution, and we want it now.
Well, yes, we do, Simon. We are. I mean, on this channel, we are Leninists. So
Yeah, revolutionaires esthétique.
Exactly. We're bomb throwing anarchists, aren't we, Simon? We want to destroy these rotten institutions.
That'd be a great party costume, the old bomb throwing. You get your beard, your top hat,
yes.
you run around with literally a spherical globe bomb thing in your hand, looking maniacal.
I'll show you a good image of a Bolshevist anarchist ne'er-do-well. Hang on.
I think they're often scruffier in pictures of the time, aren't they? In cartoons,
they are. There's a certain
They usually look like a tall Toulouse-Lautrec in platonic images of anarchists, but I think they're usually depicted as kind of Rasputin-like, aren't they? Sort of.
Yes, scruffy and ne'er-do-well.
Yeah.
Here he is. I've got my Bolshevik anarchist here.
Have you got your Bolshevik anarchist folder that Panama has in his directory of subversive material?
Here he comes. Here he comes.
Let's have a look.
There There he is. There's a proper Bolshevik for you there, Simon.
It's basically Jeremy Corbyn.
Well,
he's got a sour-faced look on him.
He does. Look at that untrustworthy face planning to do mischief.
Yeah, and he's got a raggy flag in his hand.
Raggy flag. So do you know what the context for this is, Simon? This famous cartoon.
So vote for McDonald. I take it that's Ramsay MacDonald, is it?
That is Ramsay MacDonald. Yes.
That he's referring to. There's the date. 1924. So this is like the emergence of the Labour Party, I assume.
Well, yes. So this is so the Labour government had come in as the first ever Labour government as a minority in 24. Early in the year, they served a brief minority government and then held an election later in the year due to political unable to wrangle up a majority and various other problems. And right around that time, a letter appears written by Grigory Zinoviev, who is the Russian foreign secretary and head of the Communist International, urging the Labour government to seize power and create a socialist revolution in Britain, and urging the men of the fleet and the army and the air force to mutiny to this end. Now, it's generally now agreed that this letter is a forgery that was cooked up by MI5, basically. Zinoviev was not stupid enough to write a letter like that to a foreign government and have it public, because obviously that's a stupid thing to do. The letter was cleverly released 3 days before the election. So this colossal scandal, because obviously at the time there was no suggestion it was fake, right? It was, oh my God, look, the communists, they're coming for your house, they're coming for your children. Yes, this Punch cartoon illustrates a typical Bolshevik hustling around the streets of Mayfair, telling everyone to vote McDonald's.
He's just been barred from the Athenaeum. That's all.
Yeah, this is what I looked like last time I left the Reform Club. So
yeah, Panama sours on the on London club world.
Yes, indeed. Walking around Belgravia in my knee-high Bolshevik boots.
Bolshevist agitator Panama. Yeah. Well, yes, it's kind of it's sort of interesting, isn't it? It's a sort of wonderful time in a way for political caricature, that you sort of have a genuine kind of air of danger about it. I mean, how much it was pumped up artificially for other political purposes is one thing, but there was at least a
Mm.
sense that the kind of the villains were really villainous, and they were sort of pictured in these ways which lent themselves to the kind of grotesque of the graphic novel, um, in a
Yes,
in
indeed.
a in a prescient visual style. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. If only, eh? But yeah, so I think we're suffering the blandification of everything at the moment. So yeah,
Yes, it's you don't get this kind of, as you say, this colorful, skilled um way of looking at things anymore, do you? I mean, this is obviously,
yeah,
this is Punch, the
yeah,
classic Punch magazine,
yes.
which closed. What was it? Not that long ago. It was '90s, wasn't it? Punch.
I think so. Yeah, my dad used to get the Punch annual for some reason.
Mm.
He used to be a fan of Punch. I mean, I suppose many ways Punch might seem very tame now,
Yeah.
but I maybe it didn't sort of wait until it had undergone a decline that Private Eye had, you know, which I think was probably more precipitous and stark and obvious.
Yeah.
Private Eye doesn't feel in the least bit spiky or pungent anymore.
No, this is it. I think Punch probably, as you say, had a similar thing. I imagine by the '90s, the sort of Punch
Got
satire
out.
simply just wasn't that sharp, or that
Yeah,
with that much worth reading,
yeah,
and that type. I mean, but they're very, very influential all through the Belle Epoque and the
yeah,
World War I, World War II, all the way up to the '60s.
yeah.
Yeah, you got any favorite cartoonists, Simon? I'm a bit of a cartoonist obsessive. I love caricatures and things.
Um, well, not really. I've got limited exposure. I mean, obviously, um, well, apart from Charles Schultz, who did Charlie Brown when I was a kid, there's not really the same thing.
Mm,
The interesting cartoonist I do like is a book that that I have now. We had at home when I was a kid, and I've got now. It was a Spanish cartoonist called Minjot,
yeah,
Minjote.
I've heard of him.
Yeah. Um, he was on the left, but he did these wicked little caricatures um, of it's like characters from history meeting modernity.
Right.
It's good fun actually. I like Mignot, and he's not really much known in the Anglo world, but there was a sort of compilation of his stuff where it was the kind of cartoons of people kind of putting up with the brutality of history in a kind of hangdog, shrug of the shoulders kind of way. So it didn't
Mm,
sort of stint on that sense of the tragic vision of Europe, but it gave it a kind of a sort of strange, whimsical twist as well. But he's got some great images in. I mean, it's just one image he did of El Greco, for example. It's just a great picture. So I think probably him. And I've always kind of looked for a sort of equivalent in a way of someone who looked at the kind of big picture scale of history and kind of brought your interest back to things from the past, but in the modern context. Sir Walter Raleigh in a department store kind of thing. I mean,
yeah.
these are things that Monty Python kind of took on in a way later on. I think Mignot was kind of working probably from the 40s to the 70s or something like that. So yeah, Gerald Scarfe, he's obviously someone, I mean, he did the Withnail poster, didn't he?
Was that
Gerald
not
Scarfe. Was it Gerald
was that not
Scarfe?
no, I think that was Ralph Steadman.
Ralph Steadman. I beg your pardon. I'm
Yeah.
confusing him. Yes, yes, yes. I think, well, yeah, Stedman's style I like very much because of its grotesque. So who am I thinking of when I'm looking at Gerald Scarfe now? I'm going to have to look at images of him now because I've got to get the visual style in my mind. Oh, Gerald Scarfe was the one who did the stuff for Pink Floyd's The Wall.
Ah, yes, very similar style with
Yes.
great splashes of ink
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
so
yeah,
forth.
yeah. Yes, well, I would say I do like him because I like the people who do go to those extremes of the grotesque, of the kind of
Mm.
both the sort of the attractively designed in a way, but also yeah, he does lots of people with very big noses, kind of making them look like strange birds, and and they capture a sense of cruelty, which as I said before, I think is important for satire. a sense of sort of actual, physical threat
Yes,
and the
indeed.
violence in the images. Yeah.
Were you ever much fan of Giles, Simon?
Oh, I've got Giles books. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
collect the annuals because
Yeah.
discovered a trove of them when I was a very young kid
Oh,
in my aunt's house and fell in love with it. I mean, even long
yeah.
before I got any of the what any of it was about, or you know,
Well, that was
uh,
a great record of slice of life over in England over that period. From when did
yeah,
Giles start? I mean, I assume he probably started sometime in the 40s or 50s, or he was certainly obviously doing these books, since the 60s and 70s, because we had them at that time. Um, and they're great little tableau, page to page, of another thing, another story, another issue of the moment comes up, and he reconciles it down to the kind of domestic level, doesn't he?
yes, that's right. And he always finds a kind of mot juste to to sum up
Are
the
you sure he
how
finds the Mojus? And I think you might be
I'm always looking for it.
gilding
Always
the lily
looking
a bit
for
there. Yeah, yeah.
it.
Well,
Well,
yeah. I mean,
he always sums it up well.
the classic one I always think of with Giles is Giles. I always said him as a Frenchman. Giles
Gilles.
is the one of the kind of spotty Herbert thug with the bother boots on,
Yeah.
who's in the police prison cell, and the lawyer's reading out to him his account of why he's punched somebody, and he said, so if I have you right, essentially the reason that you sort of beat the policeman with the bit of 4x2 was that because your mummy didn't give you a teddy bear when you were young. So, do I have that right? So this attacking this idea that was coming up at the time of, people's psychological trauma and childhood fragility was the motive for their violence as grown-ups, and satirizing that. It's kind of classic if you
Yes.
look for it.
And I also like looking at them because it's sort of a nice little portrait of a content home life.
The old granny,
You
the
know,
granny in
the old
there is a
granny.
big,
Well, because Granny's sort of like the trickster god of that whole
yeah,
arrangement. She's
yeah,
always doing silly things, but there is this wonderful background wholesomeness. You got the dad and
mm,
the mother and all their many children. Scattered about the place, all doing various things.
yeah,
It's really nice to look at. I mean, I always like the ones that would for budget day because
yeah,
people may not remember, but back in the day, uh, politics actually mattered, right? Things would actually change depending on what politicians did. Can you believe it?
mm, mm,
And of course, every year there'd be budget day, and the average working man would look carefully at the papers because he would have to know what taxes were going up or what was going down or what was happening.
mm,
Um, and every budget day there'd be a cartoon where inevitably there'd be some tax rise, and of course, Dad's never in a good mood on budget day, so don't
yeah,
don't go
yeah,
messing with him. Yeah, and it's a lovely it's a lovely little world of Jaws. I'd love to do like a
yeah,
review stream. I'll pull a load of
yeah.
PDFs
That would be good.
stuff, and we'll just review the cartoons.
Because we talked about Monty Python's The Meaning of Life last time, and
Mm,
there is a sense of that, the mordant humor of a home kind of under siege that you have in the, I've got to sell you all for scientific experiments sketch, that you
yeah,
would imagine could take place in a Giles cartoon. The dad would be kind of, reading out a verdict to his children, who would be kind of half ignoring him, kind of, half
yes,
causing mischief somewhere else. And he would be saying it as a joke, but, back in the 70s, it might actually have felt like that was a relevant satirical point, that you could have transplanted between the two. So
mm,
that is a good thing, and as you say, I've never thought about it, but you're right about the grandmother as a trickster god, because she's always there. Kind of sometimes she looms in the background, sometimes she's actively done something, but she's always got a playful smile hovering about the lips,
yes, and she
and
takes no nonsense. She'll
yeah,
always be hitting somebody with her umbrella, won't she? And
a-
fighting them.
and she's very clearly of the Victorian age. She's there in
Yes,
her kind of
yes.
mourning black, and
Well, because people started. Well, the Giles cartoon started in the late 40s.
mm,
So
yeah,
obviously there would have been someone of her age would be a Victorian. She would have been born in the 1860s or
like my
thereabouts.
great grandmother. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've just got to sort of look at a Giles cartoon now, actually. I sort of, Yeah, gosh, yeah. Born 1916. I mean, more or less the same as my grandmother, actually. Yeah,
Mm, mm,
yeah. But as you say, the people in the, that was the thing of the extended family as well, though. That I
yes,
mean, the thing of
all
like
living together.
putting people in care homes and the stuff that just wasn't there, and um, you did have that ability of people to remain together, and it to be a kind of, sometimes a bit of a messy circus, but essentially, this is some of the fondness that people look back on if they were lucky to have a good family like that. Um,
Yeah,
um,
I've
where it,
and
yeah,
also it makes me yearn for the age of a much greater mass literacy where
mm,
they've they're always reading the papers. Obviously, there's a certain bias in that it's a cartoon published by a newspaper, but
yeah,
I think it is genuinely true in that the house would be full of the papers, right? And
yeah,
there'd be a copy of practically every paper somewhere. They'd all just get brought in with all the people in the house. I mean, it was because that was entertainment. You'd read, to pass the time. You'd have your favorite magazine or your favorite paper, and you'd go through it of a day. Um,
yeah. I'm
and
I'm
also, I mean,
literally looking at,
it puts me in mind of my aunt
yeah,
who was one of this old breed, who was very, very literate, very, very well read, very in touch with the arts and politics and everything that's going on. And there would
mm,
just be sheets of newspaper everywhere. There'd
yeah.
be that day's Telegraph, that day's Guardian, that day's, you know, Financial Times, that day, this or that paper. They would just be everywhere. Constantly surrounded by newspaper. My
You're
childhood,
right.
I seem to
You're
remember.
right, because people would actually keep newspapers to read or reread later,
Mm,
um, and especially, I mean, if you had broadsheets, of course, I mean, there was a lot in them, and in a sense, it became like a kind of low cost encyclopedia in a strange way
yeah.
of world events. There'd be a very substantial article on what was going on the other side of the world, and you might not take it in all at once, so you might return to it later to catch up on these things, or on what was going on in the city of London. And people did, as we've referred to before, take that idea of self-improvement seriously. They did want to kind of keep up, and they weren't obviously as beset by devices as we are, but they did still have a hunger to, I just remember my dad just sitting down and just going through things almost, with a magnifying glass sometimes,
Mm.
absolutely consuming every inch of a broadsheet paper.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
that's a
that was information. That's
yeah,
where it all came from
and
before the
that's a lovely
internet.
cozy image, that, isn't it?
Well, this is one of my favorite ones, purely for the sort of cozy domesticity it suggests.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
um,
I love the
and
kids off to one side there in the bottom right,
yeah,
just gambling.
gambling. Well, also because yeah, and I mean, it's an imagine. I mean, there's no way this room would be particularly comfortable with kids running around and everyone,
Yeah.
sort of.
I mean, I suppose for
But
many people, it might look like an imaginarily vast house that they've got. I like the idea that people are together, but they've also got their own space. You see the people,
yes.
you know,
Well, because
and
it's never really clear what the dad does for a living, but it is blue collar. He's not an
yeah,
executive or anything.
yeah,
It's they're a modest every family.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. There's always the elements of, and there's always the elements of age as well. It's all, you
yes,
see from the tiniest babies, through to the sort of slightly,
continuity.
yeah, the slightly sexy older sisters, the slightly decrepit auntie who's shriveled on the
Mm,
on the chair there, the hearty mummy with her pinny on.
coming
Um,
in with an enormous tray of cakes, and I mean, this is
yeah,
also something that's disappeared. Is that like sort of women
yeah,
who had families used to keep to this sort of old British thing of having, you know, they're always bringing things out. Did you remember this, Simon? This type of woman always
yeah,
bringing something out.
yeah,
There'd always be some cake or a sandwich or something. Endlessly. Where didn't know we bought this much food? Where does it come from?
yeah. I mean,
It's just appearing.
and you've got these, you've got this. I mean, we can be a bit sentimental, but you've got this sense of harmony. I mean, if you see in the bottom center of the picture, you've got the old black
Mm,
cat there with the mouse, kind of sort of snuggled up against, um, which is sort of nice, And Granny
yeah.
is kind of tucked in, sort of always present. I mean, even it looks like, since he'd been doing at least since the 50s, these cartoons, Granny never kind of ages. You know?
No, she. Well, none of them ever grow up.
Yeah,
They retain um the age that they were when the comic strip started, because it means that they're always they're always the same family reacting to different news of different eras. Um,
yeah, yeah.
which keeps it sort of more current than if they were aged up. But I thought, no, this one has always stuck with me. Also, we can see the caption. It's too
Mm,
bad of Mr. Wilson to keep us all in this state of nervous tension about the election date.
yeah, exactly. The British
So
people
yeah.
unfailingly not giving a bollocks
Well, this was
about
yeah.
things.
This was a government flap about calling an election when things weren't going right. I think it was after the
Mm.
devaluation of the pound,
Oh yeah,
or
yeah,
around that time, and there was, Westminster was in crisis, but most people, it wasn't really playing out like that on the national level. I don't think.
yeah.
No, notice the use of a toasting fork there as
I
well.
know.
That's
I'm loving the
yeah.
fact that there's a lovely pile of steaming toast there, and
Mm.
that's fantastic. Yeah.
Simon, this is the way to spend an evening like this.
Well, I think it would be. I think it would be. Yeah. Like I say, I mean, yeah, it depends on the family you get given, unfortunately. Which you may not
Yes.
always get this particular vision of a British mid-century domesticity, but it's sometimes some people get a snatch of it, and you may experience it sometimes with other people's families actually. But
Mm.
it's very fortunate to have this sort of atmosphere of the kind of the cozy but not stifling, you know.
Yes, we should also say, by the way, Giles was it never really comes through in his politics in a sort of didactic way, but
Mm,
he was very much of the post-war left. He was a sort of
mm,
schoolboy socialist who went on to be a very big Labour supporter. And ironically enough, all his cartoons are put in the Daily Express, which is a very right-wing
mm,
newspaper.
yeah.
And he said that he said it was not his politics in that paper, but it made him rich. They paid him an enormous. He was. I think he earned extremely high wages for these cartoons because they were so popular.
Well,
Um,
that's very funny because I mean, Will
yeah.
Self in a talk I watched the other day. I think was he talking with Niall Ferguson or someone like that? But he was talking about working for the Murdoch papers, and because Niall Ferguson was kind of making out that there wasn't much money in journalism,
Mm.
doing articles and things. And Will Self, oh, actually, I made a handsome amount of money out of Mister Murdoch,
Well, this is it.
Um,
I mean, if as long as you're considered big league, then you will be
yeah.
paid probably way over what you're actually worth.
Could be, yeah, yeah. Or there is the thing of they take on a paper. They always take on someone from the other side as a kind of a bit of spice to
Yes.
add in, a bit of a provocateur. I always remember Julie
Yeah.
Burchill working with the Guardian in the 90s, where she was thought to be kind of working class right wing at that time. Of course,
Really.
yeah, yeah, she was kind of a big she was going on a lot about the Spice Girls. She was a really big advocate for the Spice Girls and this thing of sort of recrudescing a feisty working class identity, especially female identity. Um,
She's the one
and
that's
she,
obsessed with Jews. Like, she wrote that book about Jews.
yeah, yeah. Well,
Right. And
the
she's sort of from the
infamous
West Country.
AA stream, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Mm.
Bristol, that kind of thing. She talks like that. She has that funny voice, that squeaky little kind of like Panama. You're a bit of a fashion, yeah.
Because didn't she, like, it's a really dodgy thing with, like, the age of 14, some NME producer, and I think there's a very sinister undertone to that, isn't there?
Yeah,
What the hell? And this random 14-year-old semi-literate girl
yeah.
gets given an editorial in the NME. It's like, what was she doing to get that position? I mean, it's
Yeah.
very, very dodgy.
Ah,
Yeah,
she looks like a gargoyle. Which just
she does. I mean, she's
yeah.
notorious. Not a
She,
friend of the channel is Miss Burchill.
no, no. She was always going on about what a cat she was when she was young, and I sort of thought you're overvaluing a bit there.
Yeah,
And then
I've seen girls from around that neck of the woods.
yeah, and then her kind of lubricious prose sort of put me right off.
Mm.
So look at this. Women's lib begins at home. I mean, that's that was a thing you sort of remembered. I remember from Giles is that it would be the kind of cozy family at home, but there'd be the incursions of modernity that they were putting up with.
Yeah,
Or
that's often a theme of Giles, is the
yeah,
sort of the new trendy thing coming in.
I like the grandma though, but the thing is, grandma will try. She will try the
Well,
yoga.
she will try this. Yeah, she will. She will.
Grandma's quite Machiavellian. She'll look for anything that might give her an edge.
And she's tight as a rock. She hates spending money. So she'll do it if it comes as a free supplement with the paper, but she won't spend money on anything.
Yeah,
you know,
I
she's
like
not
the way
like a modern woman going out and buying gear for this or anything.
And I like the way the little boy has a face that is kind of,
Well, it's just his dad. He's just a smaller version of his father.
Yeah, exactly. He's reminiscent of who does he look like?
Very Churchillian.
It's like, I was going to say, slightly Churchillian. He's not like, he's not exactly like Ted Heath or Callahan or anyone like that, but he's got that aura of a middle-aged politician of the time. This has turned into an impromptu Giles stream, which is a good thing.
I like to look at this one because as you say, and also the depth to the house. There's always someone else in the background doing something.
Little sort
of.
Yeah,
the kids.
Look. Yeah.
The kids always talk like sort of weary 40-year-old men. I really like that. You can see them kind of leaning up against the bar with a pint of bitter.
Preternaturally aged and cynical.
Yeah.
Cat on the banister there, just watching nice little
granny attempts yoga.
Well, she's got judo and unarmed combat as one of her books. That's
I don't
the
think she needs any tuition in that. She's got an umbrella.
You always felt, Granny would take you down.
Yes.
He looks like Jacques Tati, says someone in the chat.
Jacques Tati. I could see that if he had a pipe and a hat on.
Maybe he does. Yeah.
I can see that. And I've got we'll do a proper stream on this one day, but I've just got a few. Here.
Chuck a few.
We got this one.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, she put a pound. She didn't mean to put a pound in the collection tray.
Look at this.
I also like the this avuncular vicar calling her mate. Sorry, the money's gone in.
Yeah, and the way that, like, the little kids sitting in the choir. I mean, if you look at the front row, the one on the second from the end, at the almost in the center of the picture, it's a little kid with a little swash of hair and what suspiciously looks like a toothbrush moustache.
The choir boys, with a toothbrush moustache.
It's a little gallery of grotesques.
Well, I love that. Of course, she's pious and respectful enough to regularly attend the Church of England service, but also sort of she'll march up there and demand a quid back out of the donation tray.
She's got a grim face like a Russian shot putter. And
she has, isn't she? And the shape. Apparently Giles drew a scan of a pepper pot. That was what the shape was from, to get that sort of stocky roundness. The sort of formidable tank-like bills that she has.
Yeah.
And I think she's the most famous of the Giles characters. There's a statue of her somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know where. I think it's probably in somewhere Giles's hometown, I would think.
I mean, it's certainly true to form. I mean, old ladies, in that time, kind of, I remember these sorts of, those sorts of coats, those sorts of hats, that kind of rugged up look that they had.
Yeah, it's all wrapped up.
Not like now where everybody's trying to still look young.
No, they just embraced it. Here we got Daily Express, May 7th, 1985. I like the characters in the shop here. Yeah.
You see, you've got on the counter, just right of the center, in front of the lady with the basket, the Union Jack flags, VE flags, and then underneath it's made in China.
Yes, of course.
You're seeing.
And all this presumably celebrating VE Day 85.
Yeah.
Which not that. I wonder when that died out. Probably when the war stopped being so much in living memory.
I mean, you've got the sense looking out the door that this is maybe it's not in the cities that they live. She's kind of in the local, the local shop somewhere out with a bit of countryside. You can see a sort of hill in the distance. You've got a sense that this is the local general store type of place. That they're not necessarily fully urban people.
No, well, it's never quite clear where they are, or sometimes they appear to be in London. There's appearances from
Yeah.
guardsmen and kind of typical sort of London types, but it's never exactly clear.
Yeah.
Uh,
I always like the fact that there's young women in these as well. And they're always kind of slightly Dolly Bird kind of young women, you
well,
know.
I mean, because yeah, they're a type of young woman that doesn't really exist anymore, where
Yeah.
they're young and they're quite with it, but they're also still sort of female. They've
Yeah.
clearly got a husband and they're going out shopping for their family, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Lots of makeup, but they look great.
Yes, yes, and well, I guess that, I mean, because as Peter Hitchens says, like the '60s was still pretty much just the '50s for most people. Uh,
Mm,
you know,
mm.
no,
Yeah.
they weren't all sort of screaming down Carnaby Street on a moped. Uh,
Yeah. But there'd be kind of the efforts to join in, but from the distance of the provinces.
mm.
So look at this one.
So this is one without the typical family members. This is just the kind of, because they didn't always feature the family as they were called.
Yeah. Yeah. The disgruntled employee and
Yeah, the Father Christmas with his fag and his cup of tea.
again though the sort of the senior management figure there, again, very much a sort of caricature of the time. The grey trousers, the grey striped trousers that you would have seen, the black jacket,
Mm.
well turned
He looks
out.
he looks a bit like Sidney Taffler in The Birthday Party.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah,
that's what this figure.
yeah, slightly ex-military look, ramrod straight back.
Yeah, yeah.
you know
As you
the
say, with the
girl
great trousers.
the girl's kind of footsore and had enough, and you know the irate lady customer.
Well,
They've always
I
got
love,
battle axe faces.
yeah, a little bag, a little lamppost, a pillar box of a woman.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, and of course, note the spelling of modem, because people for some reasons back then thought that's how it's pronounced, didn't they?
Even
Modem.
if autumn was being a little difficult,
Modem.
telling her to go home and stuff a turkey is not in keeping with the festive customer-staff relationship of our store.
See,
He's-
nothing changes. Even then, you had to put up with managers telling you to, keep up with the spirit and the vibe of the place.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's
See,
wonderful, isn't it? And also, it's the little details Giles captures, like as you say, with the toast before, or the
mm,
kids gowning, or the fact that the women have all, of course, taken their heels off. Because if you're on a break, you wouldn't keep
exactly.
heeled shoes on, would you? Too uncomfortable. So
Well, yeah, it's these little observations of working classness, really, isn't it? It's
yes,
the fact that
yes.
you put on this performative persona to be, the cheery, dolly bird in the shop, but it's knackering,
Mm,
and the another little detail on the back wall, the sign "No Smoking," and directly in front you've got the Santa Claus who's on his time off with his mug of char and his fag in his mouth.
mm. Yes, there's something there's a je ne sais quoi, Simon. Je ne sais
Yeah,
quoi. I can't
yeah.
really put my finger on it. There's just something wonderful about these.
The miserable
Yeah.
little shred of mistletoe on the bare light bulb fitting hanging from the roof.
Yes,
Amazing.
yeah. It's just he just gets it so right, doesn't he? Also, I'm just reading now that apparently the Granny's face
Mm.
is Giles's own face. He put
Oh,
his own
right.
face. He's with the glasses and the sort of rubbery lips. That was basically it's basically just him in drag.
Oh, well.
So that's for the basis of the character, which works pretty well because she's got that sort of masculine. She's an old bag, She's a classic old bag.
I just
Uh,
found a BBC story about Giles's passing. Yeah, there is a statue of Granny in Ipswich.
Ipswich, is that where he was
I-
from?
it must be. I'll put the link in the private chat. You can see the story if you want to bring it up at any point. But yeah, there's fascinating, volume of work that Giles captured, I will say. I mean, you still see them around, charity shops, the books, the annuals, all the time, which I kind of find astonishing, really, because I thought,
Yeah, it remains popular.
yeah, it was so much a stuff of the 60s and 70s to me because of the stuff we had at home, and then when I even just recently, just seen these things persist, they're still around. They may be discarded into, charity shops, but they've lingered long, I think, in the homes, and maybe
They have. I mean, as you say, I always see them every Christmas at the forefront of Waterstones. You know, they've got
Mm.
all the Giles laid out.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder if
You know,
the sensibility to appreciate it is dying away. That it's, no longer a flavor that people recognize in some sense. I don't know. Maybe they do. It's got a coziness, and it's got a
yeah.
mocking quality that is enough. It's just kind of a right mix in a way.
I hate Google, Simon. I used to be able to just type in Giles cartoons, and they'd all come up on Google Images, and
Yeah.
now it's just
Oh,
pictures from fucking eBay and things
the
of the
algo
books, and it's
is
like it's
stuffed.
rubbish. It's
Yeah,
horrible.
it's rubbish. It's rubbish. Go on a rant. Go on a rant. An unhinged rant, as they would say.
Oh, I mean, everyone. I just
Panama hat slams Google, goes on unhinged rant. That kind of thing.
yeah, with a picture of Sadiq Khan, no reason. Gotta have it. Gotta have it.
Yeah.
Oh dear, I hate it, Simon. I can't. It's what's the point?
Yeah.
What's the point of it? You can't get anything out of it.
The
All right, we'll
greatest,
do one more. One more. Or maybe
the
two
gr-
more. I see. I've got a few to come up now.
yeah. The greatest tool for finding information in the world, and it's shit.
Exactly.
Mm.
There was a time, Simon, when this used to work, and you could
The internet
actually
used to work. It used to be fun. It
you used
used
to be
to
able
be
to type
great.
something into Google and it would come up.
Yeah, because you thought it was for you, listeners. You thought the internet was for you. You thought it was serving you and your interests, and it was a great potpourri of information and data into which you could thrust your sweaty hand and pull out anything you wanted. No, not
Oh
anymore.
no! Oh
No,
no! Couldn't be a
no,
thing like that, could it, Simon? Right.
not really. We
Couple
can't
more
get.
Giles, and then we're going to attempt to watch a program.
Ah, yes, yes.
So I'm sorry about the quality on some of these, but so here we've got the Mum. Remember, Grandma said if her pension went up, she was going to treat herself to something she always wanted.
She's brought home what looks like a tuber or
Tuber.
euphonium or something.
Yes, and I imagine life in this house is not going to be peaceful for the next few
Fantastic.
weeks at least. Yeah.
Fantastic.
And of course, look at the pets. The pets are always involved.
Yeah. Yeah.
Giles would actually draw different pets with the implication that some of them had moved on and they'd got others.
Yeah.
As time went on. But I love the detail of that.
I love the way that the little baby is got jammed in the end of the little window seat.
Yes, he's always something unfortunate happening to him.
Some sort of jeopardy.
Yeah. It's also the way he sets up the joke. So it wouldn't be as funny if it was just her playing a tuba being annoying in the house, would it?
I mean, you get the impression as well, looking at the little street scene there. It's a relatively pleasant street, There's a little kind of crescent. They're on a crescent with,
typical nice, sort of lower middle class family,
Yeah.
Great, isn't it? It's just I love the world he draws,
Mm.
This is again bit grimy, this one, but
says she pops in every afternoon for a nap in the state coach and played hell because the Queen borrowed it yesterday. I mean, that's another thing. He draws the weather. I mean, he does a lot of cartoons that are in the rain or in the snow, and it still feels cozy,
He does, and whenever there's service people involved in the military or the manager in the shop in the previous one, there's I think because he was in the military and he started off as a war cartoonist and spent so long in the services, he understood that he understood the idea of being on duty. Like look at the pose of the guardsman on the left.
Yeah.
Right, with the guard sergeant there being spoken to.
Yes.
It's that thing of I'm standing here. What's happening now?
Yes.
Right, what's going on? It's the thing of I'm a guardsman. I've got to stand out here in this pouring rain all day. On duty, and it's the thing of he probably saw silly incidents like this happen when he was in the services, and he understood. It's how people stand around and the kind of annoyance and the grievance and the laughter in people's faces when this sort of thing happens. And also just the draftsmanship, as Cthulhu Rice said, look at the scale. Look at the way everything's perfectly scaled. It's a really skilled drawing.
You're right. Because it's like you've got on the Granny's been manhandled by a groom of the royal stables. There, she's been
Yeah.
rumbled, sleeping in the coach, and she's probably put up a bit of a fight.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Well, so the idea that she's just, how dare the Queen use the state coach? I'm napping in it. Like
yeah,
it's. I love the little implied, the things that Granny gets up to when no one's looking.
yeah.
Somehow getting into the state coach.
And you feel there's always a subtle mood comment in the picture somewhere. And I see it here. You've got, I mean, obviously there's the topicality. There's obviously maybe been some incident where people have broken into royal palace grounds. There's a sign on the wall in view of a further breach of security at the Royal Mews, blah, blah. So it's one of those kind of quotidian incidents week to week. But the little detail next to it of the beefeater asleep on the bench there, that to me is kind of just a little sort of a hint about, the Tower of London and the ravens at the tower, and if they ever leave, England's in trouble, that kind of thing. And the beefeater asleep's kind of a little bit of a hint of, something is passing away. This is, this is 82. So it's after the Falklands.
After the Falklands. Was this after the Annus Horribilis, Simon, of the monarchy?
No.
Where the Windsor Castle, was it burned down? And
I think that was later.
And there was the divorce.
Yes, that was much later. Yeah, but it's a little hint that, the weather goes on day to day. England is happening, all sorts of capers and antics, but something in the background is just quietly, he's like Rip Van Winkle or something. Something is falling asleep.
It's he again. Giles understands kind of the quotidian.
Yeah.
That you're tired after. It doesn't matter who you are. You're tired after a long shift or something. You're just.
Yeah.
Also because but there is a kind of security in the sense that he can just he can just nap if he wants to. He's maybe there for show anyway, right?
Yeah. I like that you got the corgis in the background there, as if almost as if like they're like, well, they are the family pets in a way, that.
Of course, because you can, anything to do with the monarchy, the corgis. So this next one is obviously from his war days. You got to read this in your best Cockney geezer accent, Simon.
Well, he's just saying, Musho gone, Goering gone. You'll be in the cart when they've all gone. Won't have nothing to draw, will ya? There you go.
Yeah, because that's how he cut his teeth, of course, as I said, as a war artist. And just and he understands that cheeky look at the man's face, the way he can, because that is exactly how he would have the expression when he sort of ribbing an artist,
Yeah. I mean, you imagine, because he sort of sets the scene very deftly. It's the ruins of Europe. You've got the little boy on the bottom right with a kind of Germanic cap on, such as might have been worn, but you've got the lamppost there with the crow's foot marker of the war. Was it not like the MOD, but the War Office or whatever it is? It's the British military marker, so it shows this is a British military zone. Literally, the rubble still smoking, and the cheery British squaddy taking his rest with his mug of cha. And
here we have back to the family. Go on, Simon.
You can tell that Giles, letting a man out for Christmas with his family is one thing. Letting my family in to spend Christmas with me is another. Yeah, bugger off.
I love the look on everyone's face that they know this is the last thing he wanted, for them all to come. Well, he was probably looking. He probably got himself into prison just to have a quiet Christmas, didn't he?
Exactly. Well, that's exactly the picture in the background. He's got a picture of his favorite policeman on the wall. He's so institutionalized. He loves his imprisonment. But yeah.
And look at the face of the guard as well. He just is the greatest torture I could inflict on this man.
Yeah. It's like Mr. Mackay
family around. Yes, yeah. And of course, this is that sort of old world in which you can imply good relationships even between people that were, opposite sides of authority.
Yeah.
Like when they used to have prisoners' balls and
Yeah.
People sort of get the idea of that there was almost a sense of honor, the idea of way back when the whole idea of it's a fair cop. You know,
Mm.
all right, fair enough. I'll come.
Yeah.
I'll come to prison. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
obviously, I
Yeah.
don't know how real that ever was, but the idea of it was the important thing.
He's got his paper, and he's not. Again, I mean, we think of prisons now; it's all kind of young miscreants. But I mean, this is the idea of prison. I mean, he's an old lag now. He's kind of happy. He's got his newspaper. He's quiet, and he's got this rabble of a family.
Yeah.
Trying to,
for God's sake, don't let them in.
like the little boy's got like a musical instrument or something under one arm or something like.
Wants to show off to dad. Yeah.
One's got a trumpet in his hand or a little bugle, and he doesn't need the the baby screaming there in someone's arms.
Yeah.
He doesn't need the noise. He doesn't need the action.
All in his cell, all in his one cell.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
We should...
Coney current year. Annus Horribilis was 1992.
Right. Okay.
He tells us. Yeah. Also, I should say,
have,
yesterday's Deepest Law, by the way. Michael Grade is actually the nephew of Lou Grade, not his son, apparently.
I see. I just assumed it was a dynastic arrangement.
Well, it sort of
is, I suppose. Yeah.
There you go.
Axing the dance, bastard.
Chinese takeaway. Okay. Yeah. I mean, this is a tricky one, isn't it? Because it's the Chinaman who has been anglicized, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. He's.
Yes, I read that the Queen had 12 courses for one meal. Here it's still one course: spare ribs and fried rice, £2.50, which is she probably feels she's being outdone by.
Probably. I mean, I'd love to get a Chinese meal for £2.50.
Yeah.
It'd be an absolute delight, wouldn't it? No, but also it's just because you see, this is the cartoon keeps up with the times,
Yeah.
She's also the fact that it's Granny that goes there. This little Victorian lady on her way to the takeaway.
Yeah.
For some chop suey.
And here you are seeing the multiculturalizing of the characters. Behind her is a young woman who does look somewhat Indian, I think.
Yeah, I never noticed that. There's a slightly Asiatic look to her, isn't there? Yeah. Well, I mean, gotta stay. Otherwise, the cartoon would lose its relevance, wouldn't it? It's got to be.
Yeah. Yeah. They've got to constantly be thrust into the now in some way.
But I also like that Granny has sort of no compunction about modernity. She just strides on in.
Yeah. and that's the other thing as well. She doesn't really speak in these things.
She never speaks.
She is reacted to, but she just has a silent, lowering presence.
She does. Well, there's a few where she's implied to be arguing with somebody, but you never get given any dialogue.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's ones where somebody's being battered by her with her handbag lying on the ground, reeling or something like that. I'm fairly sure that's the sort of thing you would have seen Giles draw, that she's roughed someone up.
Yeah, you always see. It's always funny to see the aftermath.
Yeah, she's built like a tank.
Yes, one more, Simon. One more.
Oh, I could do this all afternoon.
Wonderful. Yeah, but the problem is I haven't got like a proper. If I had like a PDF scan of one of the books, I could just keep bringing them up.
I think they're acceptable. Yeah.
But I'm just having to hunt around Google Images for these.
Yeah.
It's not. I feel like we could do better.
Sorry for those who are tuning in, maybe on the replay, and they're listening to this show because it is a bit more of a visual show. With the cartoon,
these ones always are. If you want purely audio content, you've got to wait till Sunday. Or check out the 3 Panama Hat radio hours, which have now gone out, and have a listen to some nice music with sound effects and an attempt to build a story. Anyway, so this is another church one. Of course, in the 1970s, going on strike was kind of a cliche, wasn't it? Because it was so, it happened all the time, didn't it, Simon?
Yeah.
Our resident 70s rememberer.
Well, it's great. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the way that the kid who is like the shop steward of the choristers.
Yeah. The idea that the choristers have a union.
He's like, he looks like a middle-aged troublemaker, but he's drawn. The kids take on these adult concerns of personae. They've all got furrowed brows and
Yeah.
looking miserable, but some of them are just looking dazed and baffled and a bit gormless. And you've got the little, the little. I remember that little kid now with the scruffy black hair at the back. He's
Yes.
trying to trap a bat with a candle snuffer.
Yes. It's the little irrelevant details that just
Yeah.
add to it, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, and look at the way he draws the scale of the church as well. You feel like you're in some ancient, it's a
Yeah.
really big ancient old place, don't you?
Yeah. He sort of doesn't stint on the locations and the backgrounds, does he? Because lots of cartoons, they take place in those kinds of non-spaces in a way, where there isn't any kind of locating detail. Whereas, Giles, yeah, you've got a sense of what the home is like. You've got a sense of what the outdoors are like, what the church is like,
Yeah,
etc. They're real places in a way. You've been in them, you've seen them, or you can relate to how they feel. The slightly crumbly quality of the church here, the cavernous, but real old quality of it is still there, and it's not taking place in a kind of sunlit netherworld where characters just encounter each other to deliver their pithy quips and their bon mot and
no,
leave. It's you get a sense of sort of the before and after of what happens in the scene and where people come and go.
yes, yeah. It's just, and there isn't, as I say, there's something just unsayable about it, really, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's just something about the world. It's a bit like reading P.G. Wodehouse or something. It's this sort of perennially frozen world that sort of did and didn't exist at the same time.
Yeah. And I mean, the two priests as well. I mean, I like the idea that, one, obviously what looks like the senior priest there is quite a substantial, burly kind of character.
Yes, Giles always draws. Whenever he draws clergymen, there's
Yeah.
always a big stocky bastard. They look quite. But then you have to remember. I mean, looking at older pictures of archbishops and things, I was doing a bit of a deep dive the other day, looking at kind of a bit of Church of England history. They did look like that. They were these really burly, like jowly men that looked like they could give you a punch. It's only recently they've become these kind of Justin Welby-esque, fey kind of caring types. They're harsh, discipline masters. Those
you feel they
clerics.
could have again. You could have had these men who had the ex-military hinterland. They'd seen, and then they'd come back, and then they'd settled into all sorts of positions, including being holy men. And being part of that sort of structure of society. It's not like there's no way he's going to be like, your modern trendy vicar, with his guitar, hiya, just call me Jake,
No. Well, this is it. These men aren't social workers. They are the authority of God on earth, right?
Yeah.
They're there to lay down the law and tell you what is what and what to do. That is their job.
Yeah. Priests with heft,
Yeah, exactly. Well, they all did look. I mean, I'm trying to think of his name now. The one who was archbishop around that time in the 50s. Looked exactly like the way Giles draws them here. All right, let's get some more of these. Where is my? I've just made a Giles folder, so I don't have to go rooting around for them. Let's have a look at this one.
I mean, you can see it's interesting. You've got that little relation there. Sorry, that I was just thinking back to the one with the priest, but you don't have to put it back. But you've got the senior priest, and you've got what's presumably like a prebendary or someone, like a church admin guy. But the priest is still kind of definitely like a little lord in his domain. He's in charge. He's not some modern woofter coming in and
No. This is his church. There aren't any silly displays or African charity appeals. It's just this is my church. I'm here to give communion.
Yeah.
Do read the caption, Simon, because you've got such a wonderful way of doing it.
I just he's such a funny one.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah. Natural History Museum. We have photographic proof of another monster. Colour mostly black, fur around neck, powerful flippers. Subtitle there. The Loch Ness Monster had raised its ugly head yet again.
Yeah.
Obviously referring to Granny. as an ancient dinosaur.
I like that the house now has an adjoining greenhouse that sort of leads out to the
It's like a
back
conservatory
garden.
or something, isn't it? Yeah, they've had
I think it's meant to. Yeah, it's like a tiny conservatory greenhouse little thing
yeah,
they've got. Yeah,
yeah,
Dad probably built it himself, didn't he, on a weekend?
and the kids are up to no good again.
Yeah.
What are they doing there? The sort of the two babies on the right. Have they drawn
Are
something on
they?
the wall, or is that?
I think they've drawn the Loch Ness monster on the wall, and
Yeah,
they're
right.
extending it to the floor.
Yeah.
Uh,
Meanwhile, the dog is
the
pulling the threads out of the
little
little
baby's
baby's
being
clothes.
Notice that Grandma is chained to her handbag, like a sort of Las Vegas gambler.
Yeah.
She's got a wrist chain.
She probably sleeps with one eye open,
And what appears to be something's about to be dropped on her as well. I'm not sure
That's right.
what it is there.
Yeah, it's like a native tray of plants or something like that.
Plants or
seedlings.
a bit of something they're keeping in there.
Cat lurking in the corner.
Yeah,
kind of watching
Grandma's
over.
got her ever-present face.
Yeah,
the face.
You kind of get. That's another thing. You get the sense the animals are there in the picture, kind of watching over the family as well.
Yeah, they're always involved somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh wow. Yul Brynner.
Are people going to know who Yul Brynner was?
Yeah. Difficult. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, yeah. Yul Brynner was a famously very bald actor. I think was his family from one of those very far-flung eastern bits of the Soviet Union?
I think so. Yul Brynner, because he always played Chinaman, didn't he?
Yeah, the King of Siam, wasn't he? Terrific presence on him as an actor as well. I mean, I always love him as the bad cowboy in Westworld, the robot cowboy, which I think is itself is a kind of sort of pastiche of a character. What was it? Was it which film was it? He was basically the same. It was the same costume as a character. Was it The Magnificent Seven or something? I can't remember.
I don't know. I've not actually seen the old Westworld.
He was a Russian, says Gorse Flowers.
There you go.
Let's have a quick look.
Of course, he was in The King and I. He was King of Siam, wasn't he? With his
King of
bald
Siam,
head.
yeah.
So I love the idea that Yul Brynner was that cool that all these women are forcing their men to get.
He was Russian.
Get hair. Was he really that cool?
Yeah.
Was he the thing at one time?
Yul Brynner.
Yeah.
I think because he just had these eyes and this charisma. Yuli Borisovich Brynner, known professionally as Yul Brynner, was a Russian and American actor. He was born in Vladivostok in 1920. So yeah. He was no. He was born on Sakhalin, the island that we covered, the prison island.
Oh,
like thousands and thousands of miles away. The furthest
by Japan.
Yeah.
Interesting. So maybe he was Asian, really. So
they took out his birth certificate in Vladivostok. His parents did. He had Swiss, German, Russian, and Buryat Mongol ancestry. He also claimed Romani ancestry, though no evidence has been found to support this. So, yeah, he had. It was a classic Russian mixed with Asiatic look. Just a kind of made to be. It was Magnificent Seven. So yeah, and he was the same sort of. He was kind of automaton parody of that character in Westworld, which I love. It was a great film. Yul Brynner. So yeah, and famously, of course, I mean, when he was dying, he did an advert talking about not smoking in the 80s. I can't remember the actual advert. Bill Hicks talks about it in one of his routines, but it was him sort of giving a very shocking, candid address to the camera. My name's Yul Brynner and I'm dead because, I smoked and I had cancer and died. So yeah. But this must have been the idea that he was kind of the chic thing to be in the late 50s and everybody was getting their hair shaved off. So the beatnik there is being shoved in by his girlfriend.
Yeah. I love the idea. The day I see a woman say, "I'd love to have everyone have a bald head," is is a day I'm skeptical, Giles. I'm skeptical that your Brynner was ever this
Yeah.
was ever quite this big. But there you go.
I mean, the city that's drawn there, I mean, it looks like
Oh,
Bath or something, doesn't it?
uh,
The kind of, do you know what I mean? It's like,
it
it's not
it has a
your,
regional feel, doesn't it? It doesn't
like,
feel like
it's like there's that column there on the corner of the street, and the sort of the way the street curves and the houses in the background makes it look like it could be like something like a street in Bath or somewhere. I love the little detail on the right. You've got the Teddy Boys,
older Teddy Boys. They're
who are
clearly
all,
not.
yeah,
They're not. Yeah, they
all,
look older, don't they? Because this would have been a bit after their
well,
heyday, I
well, no,
suppose.
in a way, I think it was kind of
Wouldn't
the
it?
heyday of the younger
Oh, yeah,
Teddy Boy,
59. Yeah, yeah.
but
No, it would have been. Yeah.
they're already middle aged, so it's almost as if, yeah, it's like it's something about getting older and trying to stay young. So they are dressing up,
Mm,
they are LARPing as the Teddy Boys of. I mean, because I remember there was a sort of Teddy Boy revival in the 70s, and there were people in my family who were sort of dressed as Teddy Boys. I think my Uncle Terry might have been a Teddy Boy. It was a
yeah.
kind of thing, and the idea of the Teddy Boy, Teddy as in Edwardiana, that is sort of
Yes.
a kind of parody of Edwardian clothing, but they had a reputation for violence as well. So
Yeah,
there
they
was
were.
kind of,
They were the inspiration for Clockwork Orange. Was the original
yeah,
was the Teddy Boy gangs because Anthony Burgess had been serving in the colonial civil service
yeah,
for quite a few years when him and his wife came back. So they'd missed all this idea, Teddy boys and people on the streets. So that was the inspiration for the book because it was the shock to see all these youth dressed like this suddenly,
and yet,
who were sort of affluent and
yeah, but the visual appearance doesn't kind of bespeak terror or intimidation. It's kind of they're in an odd Regency costume, almost foppish, and yet they've got this, sense of thuggery about them. It's kind of weird mismatch.
It's quite a beautiful interplay, really. I have to say, I do not support random acts of violence, but it is a sort of interesting idea, isn't it, philosophically?
Yeah, yeah. Well,
The
it's an English
cultured
idea,
thug,
isn't it? Yeah, cultured
Dad
thug. Yeah,
said.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
The sort of dissonance
uh,
of your image. I mean, the skinhead looks kind of like, yeah, okay, he's gonna be a bit rough, or could be a bit rough, but the Teddy Boy is kind of more florid in a way, isn't it? It's
yeah. There's something refined about it, even when it's being very violent. I also love the chap on the left who's clearly thinking, "Is she worth it? Is she worth this? Is she worth
yeah,
yeah. Right. So now we've got another grandma cartoon.
mm. Mm. Yeah,
It's always interesting, isn't it? Where you have to work out who it is that's speaking
yeah,
for
you
a
do.
moment. It's not always immediately clear, but yeah, it's here. It's the is it the woman at the front here,
Yeah,
or is it? Oh no, or is it the
it's a
girl
shop.
behind the counter at the back? I'm not.
I think, yeah, no, I think, yeah, it's yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because it's almost like a stage whisper kind of bit of
Or is it these two girls up at the
dialogue.
front
I
here? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Notice the
yeah,
one's got her shoes off again. Another detail.
yeah,
Maybe Giles just liked feet.
yeah, yeah. No, that could be it. It could be a hidden Giles predilection there. Yeah, it does feel like it's one of the shop girls. You know,
And she's got a paper that says shop girls say
hmm,
women are
something shoppers.
forward shoppers, something shoppers. Men are polite and decisive and never argue.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Is it
I
like
think it's
awkward shoppers or something? I don't know.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, awkward, I think is the word.
Could be. I don't
Yeah,
know. Yeah, but yeah, he's got like the sort of henpecked husband carrying the stuff and the battle axe.
yeah, and you're
What's
gonna have what I choose for you, sort of thing.
yeah? What's she's chosen a pair of horrid shorts for him or something.
Shorts or underwear, I don't know. Something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, again, this taps into that kind of grinding, very British misery of just the idea of being just marriage being like this.
mm,
You know, you're a young man signs his life away for a brief moment of sexual pleasure, and is
mm.
then eternally consigned to be in service to this battle axe.
Vingle in the chat saying it's perhaps not spoken in the moment, but it's spoken like a narrator after the fact, perhaps.
Maybe,
Yeah, it's what they say as
maybe.
they go away. Yeah, what they're
Yeah.
thinking.
Notice the subtle way he draws the colossal room they're in, this huge department store.
Yeah.
Look at the
Yeah.
signs in the background that seem to go on and like a forest, but just implied, just outlined, just there's just an implication that they're there.
Yeah, because you could have these kind of department stores in that way, even locally, that were kind of quite thriving, really. I love Granny in the back there, sort of irritably
waving the umbrella.
tapping her thing on the glass cabinet.
Yeah, bang, because all the shop girls are having a gossip. I mean, do you see the umbrella's got like an eagle, like a beak? It's got like a sort of bird-like head, isn't it? It's like a big black vulture.
Vulture, yeah, exactly. She's got it's like a sort of talismanic for her, a kind of don't mess with me. She's got an aggressive looking.
It's the source of her power, it's her stick.
Yeah.
She waves at people.
Yeah.
So here we have another one at the bus stop.
Yep.
Bit of personal relevance for you, Simon, of course.
Yeah. Yes.
An
I'd rather be here than in Australia. I see they're having a plague of spiders in a heat wave. Everybody's just miserable and wet and cold. And,
yes. And of course, 1979 was the peak of sort of 70s depravity and everything going wrong, wasn't it? So strikes, nothing in the shops, 3-day week, not a happy time to be around, one would say.
And probably a peak of people emigrating as well. That period of the late 70s, people were sort of talking in these tones of let's go and move to Australia, live in the sun, get away from all of this hideousness.
Well, it was there was a huge program to increase the population there because they were offering money. You'd actually be paid to move there. You could, if they did the £10 poms, weren't they?
Well, I didn't see any of it, that's for sure. But yeah.
Supposedly.
Maybe we got out a bit late. I think there were people going earlier on in the 70s. It was kind of seen as a land of milk and honey, but of course, for lots of people, it felt far too remote to go. Again, it depends where you are, though, because I mean, this looks somewhere. This is somewhere a bit built up. Could be London. It's being portrayed. Because you've got the sort of the city gent types at the front there, and again. As I said, there's a different experience in a town in the northeast where I was. That it was still kind of quite buzzing. It was prosperous. The toy shops were full. The sweeties were cheap. I mean, I had no problems, And when I said I got £1 pocket money yesterday, people were going flash bastard as if I was getting like a ton of money. I mean, I don't know if maybe I didn't actually get it weekly. I think it might have been actually like every 2 weeks, or even it might have even been monthly or something ridiculous. But it was like, I don't think it was that much money, but it's because you could spend it in little dribs and drabs or save it, as I often did, and sort of get something a bit bigger.
You see, Simon, we had it tough. You don't know meaning at word poverty.
That's right.
There'll always be one side. There'll always be one. There'll always be one. I found the way is just lean into privilege. Just embrace it. Just say yes, we were better off than you.
Privilege, my God. I think it only got to £1 at the end of the 70s. I think it was about 1980 or something. It might have gone up to £1. I think it was most of the time it was 50p.
Your wages did not keep pace with inflation, unfortunately.
Totally, absolutely, yeah. But
Tulu Rise, Simon, were you in Australia at the same time they were making Mad Max?
Mad Max. No, I think Mad Max was 78, wasn't it? When was Mad Max? Mad Max
before.
Mad Max, the original one was 79. Yeah, it would have been filmed in 78, released in 79. Right. No, I was there from 81 onwards. I remember Mad Max 2 coming out because we all went and saw it, because it was like, a bit dangerous and cool, and everybody remembers the bit where the guy got the steel boomerang in his forehead. So yeah, but the original, no, I never saw the original for quite a while. But I saw Mad Max 2 at the time it came out. That was quite shocking in its way because of its dystopian vision. But Mad Max is a very good film. It's wonderful emptiness about it. Not just because of the landscape of Australia, but the sense of the society has been so wrecked that it's been hollowed out in this weird way.
Excellent, Mad. The original Mad Max is very good.
The toe cutter, yeah. Okay. So yeah, again, trying to figure out.
So this is being spoken by the woman on the rightmost here to her husband, and they're both being searched for what is heavily implied to be obscene material that he's
No,
trying to bring back in. I mean, this speaks to a slightly different age, because there was a time when you were not allowed to bring pornography in through customs, or indeed anything that had been deemed obscene. So, for example, James Joyce's Ulysses. Famously, Lady Chatterley's lover. You know, this because of this age of sort of the idea of police, busting you for having, pictures of naked women, and the idea being that he's bought them in France, which was quite a common thing to do if you really wanted, proper porn.
He's
You'd go
hidden
to
them
France.
He's hidden them in his Mac.
Yeah,
That's
and in
that's
his wife's, perhaps in his wife's coat, but I don't think
She's very irritable. I'll have a look at those when we get on board, Charles. He's for the high jump. He's for the high jump.
Yeah, and the little man in his bowler hat, and of course the all the staff have come running in to see these.
Yeah, the airport coppers.
Policemen.
They're all having a chortle. There's a policeman at the very back there, at the far left. Is he carrying like a blunderbuss or something? I think
it looks like a blunderbuss, doesn't it? I don't know what it's meant to be though. I don't know why you'd have a blunderbuss.
It could be a reference. But armed police at the airport, visible armed police. I don't think that really came till much later into the 80s, because I remember it when we left England at the airport. They were striding around with weapons.
Maybe I can't think what else it could be, but I don't know why it would be a blunderbuss. Unless as you say, it's a reference to something that we just don't have the context for.
It feels like it's meant to be an idea that if there was arming of police, it would have been kind of a bit Dad's Army-ish.
Yeah,
they would have scraped off some rusty fowling piece from a cabinet at the back of the station and paraded around with it in a slightly ridiculous way, because there's always that feeling with I think the British police in that period has a good documentary on coppers that was done a few years ago. I've got a recording of it somewhere, and they were talking about how in the sort of 60s, when there was a sort of threat of an armed villain or something, the police, they didn't have proper firearms police in the same way. So the sergeant would sort of usher them to a cabinet and take out, some old Webley service revolver and give it to them and say, put this in your pocket, and whatever you do, do not take it out. Basically, so that they would have a gun, but it was very much a shamefaced thing of, we do not want the public seeing this kind of thing.
Yes. It's such a, I think one of the most stringent points that Peter Hitchens makes is the thing about how rubbish policemen look nowadays.
Yeah.
Just they look like a crap paramilitary, don't they, with little caps and the high vis. It's rubbish.
Yeah, all the stuff is kind of PPE in a way. It's protective equipment, but that's the problem, though, isn't it? It's kind of, yes, you are very equipped, you are very armored up, and you've got all these tasers, and you've got CS spray and batons and all this stuff. Yes, you've got that, but somehow it doesn't project the authority in the same way. It looks more like these guys could be, it's meant to kind of look sort of slightly threatening and intimidating, but it looks kind of overloaded and kind of ridiculous. Like these people have been a clothes horse for lots of bits of technology, like body cameras and radios and stuff. The police in these days, I used to have a pair of old police trousers I used to wear for work. They have those black sort of serge police trousers. They have like an internal long, thin pocket behind the main pocket where you put a truncheon. So you had the truncheon, but it was discreetly kind of hidden away. And you just had your kind of serge uniform, and you looked like that. And in a way, they kind of were more menacing than the police you see now, where you think they look too ridiculous and informal. They got tattoos.
Yeah, you don't fear them.
Yeah. No, you just think, oh, they're sort of hopeless. You think they're always off to somewhere else. They're not dealing with anything on your street. Whereas if you saw, the black outline of a couple of bobbies with the custodian helmet on, the big bobby,
it's an imposing silhouette.
Yeah, and they'd be 6-footers as well.
Yeah, well, there was a height restriction. You had to be over a certain height to be a copper, because you've got to be physically tough. It's not like now, is it?
No, they'd be lean and tasty, as you would say. They'd often be ex-military, or they'd be drilled with a military approach at Hendon, if it was London or wherever else. And yeah, they wouldn't, again, like I said about male control of violence, they wouldn't have any problem with doing it, but they had a civic restraint whereby you knew they were the ones in charge, and if you were going to put up any trouble, you'd be discreetly coshed, if it was going to be really a problem. Down to the station and have the fire hoses turned on you, and don't do it again. That's my sense of the police.
I'm far too into these now, Simon. I don't really want to stop.
I don't really want to stop either. Maybe we just, this is the thing.
We'll just do this now. We'll just do Giles.
We change our minds on this channel. We just do whatever we want.
We are as avant-garde as Ezra Pound on this channel, right?
Yeah.
Where's the... Here we go. I've got a few more I found. So this is obviously just I like that some of them are about pressing national issues. This one's just about a joke headline, basically.
Yeah.
Gorillas. That is exactly the sort of thing the Daily Express would have on its page, wouldn't it? Gorillas make good babysitters. This just
Yeah.
And I also like the hulking monster coming up the driveway. Of course, it resembles Grandma. Of course, it does. Vaguely, clearly a hint of it.
Guy the gorilla. Again, you like the way the two kids are kind of quite savvy.
They
know
the
word redundant.
little faces. Yeah. Where did they got this gorilla from?
And this granny is a somewhat less sympathetic granny than our main granny.
She's desperately trying to get her knitting patterns.
The
idea, very much one of the old school babysitters. I'm going to trap you in a room and just sit with you for the entire time. I'm not going to let you. Almost a literal sitter.
They're quite happy about it, really, because she's not letting them watch the TV.
No, that's it. Of course, she's keeping them from it. But the fact that just and I love this inside the bay window. Typical sort of semi-detached bay window house.
Slightly middle class house, isn't it? And the kids have hair that's slightly long and beatniky, and one's got like a flowery shirt on, and they've both got what looks like denim, like jeans on or something.
So they're wearing the kind of hand-me-downs of the 60s, aren't they? Because this is what 1986 it says. So
yeah.
It's kind of, you can see time. That's become kind of literally in the fabric of the society, isn't it? Just hippie type stuff.
Yeah.
But people often said to Giles, why did the family get more middle class as time went on? And he said, well, because Britain did.
Yeah.
He said he was reflecting the average family, and in the 1940s, the average family was pretty hard up, scrabbling coal and trying to keep keeping the ration card going. Whereas by 1986, the average family was far more affluent. They had TVs and sort of easy fashion and sort of a more leisured existence than they did in the 40s, didn't they? So he's kept it current.
It's a tricky one because my family never felt like we had a lot of money, but we weren't as poor as some people were, and there was always a thing, like I said, that part of the 70s where I remember was still relatively buzzing and prosperous in that town because people still had jobs. The wave of redundancies hadn't quite hit in the way that it was going to. So as a quote working class family, we were still feeling a bit comfortable. It wasn't like rolling in luxury, but we had a color television, and we had
times was changing.
Yeah, there was some comfy chairs in the living room, which I've now got in my own living room, some old G-plan chairs, which were like a good purchase decision that my parents made in the 60s.
Proof that Simon is upper class. He never buys his own furniture.
I like the idea of a family having hand-me-downs, actually. And this is one thing with my family, because they had this pathological thing of my mum and my dad chucking stuff away. And I keep going, why on earth did you chuck that thing away? That's really good. We just, whatever, didn't feel like it. But they did hold on to these very good chairs, which I thought I'd better get them out before they do something to them or chuck them away, But people, sort of, I know there were kids definitely worse off than me. But there were some kids who were very much better off as well, and we were sort of, kind of averagey in a way, not as middle class as, there's sort of some of these. I mean, certainly not places like this, which look a bit more Londony. But I think people were. That's the point. People were trying to make their lives a bit better and more comfortable. They weren't necessarily trying to stay still and be kind of living in tenements and back to backs and outdoor toilets and all that. They kind of wanted to go up in the world as fast as they could.
Yes. It's again, it's such a wonderful little medium to see all this through, isn't it? These, to watch the society change, and
Yeah.
I mean, as you say, Simon, it's interesting to hear that you kind of seen it through your own life, I suppose.
Yeah.
Things change.
So someone's saying in the chat those curtains would cost $3,000 nowadays. I mean,
probably no one could afford a house like this on a single salary.
Well, yeah, that sort of bay-fronted house, older, bit higher quality than lots of other stuff. It looks like, because they're on that sort of, it's like one of those London ones. You've got steps up to the front door, so you'll have a basement level as well, and you're looking down into the garden. So it could be 2 or 3 story house there.
Yes.
Um,
I've got this one's one of my favorites as well, because Grandma sort of also Grandma speaks in this one. It's directly from her, so.
Never mind who I'm voting for. Which of them you let you in here? I imagine she is from Yorkshire.
She would sound like that, wouldn't she? And that's how tiny she is. Little head in the bathtub.
Yeah, she's got the election pollsters.
The pollsters have come around. The kids have let them in.
Look
at a little
the little one's got a camera to try and snap the moment,
snap the moment, and you look, mum on the stairs there looking annoyed. What the hell's going on?
Which way will you be voting, madam?
Look at this the industrial winch she's got over the bath. It's the implication that she needs that to get out, or
yeah,
she's got to be winched out of the bath.
You can bugger off, the lot of you.
Just, the way he draws her there is wonderful, isn't it?
I love the way the kids, the toddlers, are sort of almost flying away. You can sort of hear them giggling.
Yeah. Well, because they're so sort of rotund, the way they're drawn, the shape as well. They have to have their arms directly out to the sides to be able to move. It's wonderful.
Yeah. So that's the 87 election where Thatcher was re-elected.
Yeah, returned to office with another thumping majority.
Yeah.
I believe at that time. A slice of the more upper class world here.
Sounds like 1950. Yeah.
Well, you see all the facets of society with Giles. You get the toffs as well. What are they up to? Yeah. And this is quite a little slice of time here, because free teeth was very quickly got rid of, because the original NHS had free teeth and free ocular services, and they had to get rid of it because everyone was abusing it, basically.
I mean, that was kind of unfortunate in a way, because you sort of look at the stories of back at like the 20s and the 30s. There were, people were afflicted with bad teeth.
Everyone had bad teeth, yeah.
And sometimes people would save to get their teeth done, and but it would be a lot of money. And you hear about this, that the debt from dealing with the teeth would like hang over the family like a pall for years.
Yes.
So, so you nationalise own and steal, I expect masters, mayors will get free shoes like we get free teeth. I wonder. Yeah.
Oh, it's wonderful. You're such a good character actor, Simon. You get them straight away.
I wish someone would pay me for it, but there you go.
Yeah, it'll happen. Simon, it'll happen. I think you'd be a great policeman as well. Like, you could play a policeman character, with a big hat.
What's all this then? I think you'll find if you're misbehaving, I will have to take you down the station. I love the detail in this one. I love the stables and the stone building behind. I mean, and the little detail of the roof on the grand house.
Yes.
The trees.
Yes, he always thinks very heavily about the setting, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Giles.
It does
really,
range, like you say, it does range across the country. That's the nice thing about it.
Yes. And and again, it's the all these people, getting the master's horses ready for a hunt or something. Some lords, get all the sort of stablemen and the groundskeepers, and it's the way they're stood there, just having a quick moment, reading the paper of a morning before they go and you're seeing people between the things, aren't you?
Yeah.
They're not doing the job. As people do. They're having a brief chat before they go on and get the hounds ready and.
They are the nattainment of their day. They are
Oh yes,
bantering
yes.
amidst
But
their
and
duties.
also just you do get a sense that these days our wits are dulled, right? In that you wouldn't really hear quips like this, off the bat, would you now?
Yeah.
I get the impression, and obviously it's a cartoon, so that someone's come up with the bits, if you like.
Yeah.
But they've I do get the impression that things were just wittier back in the day. I mean, I'm reading Graham Lord's book about Geoffrey Bernard, right? I mean, the things that are related about what Soho was like in the 40s, say, people would just had more wits about them. They come out of the army, they had to do national service, they deprived of this and that. Nothing was free. There was a much harder pattern to life than there is now, and it probably just sharpened your mind up quite a bit more. It opened up these facets of humor and observation that you wouldn't have otherwise had.
Yeah, and I think maybe social media is kind of acting a little bit like the trash compactor in Star Wars, and it's kind of compressing us into everything. Whereas you feel, these two stable hands, they have a bit of standoff distance from the world. They're busy with their job. They can make a comment about nationalization at this moment, but it's not the most pressing thing on their mind. They're not crushed in like we are, with everything is coming at you and the walls are closing in every day. And we are, I mean, I'm sure people were angry about all sorts of things back then, but there's also a sense that life continued and people kind of could keep a healthy distance from it. And they had this room, this standoff distance, I'm calling it, to be able to sort of to have time to think, to make, an observation, but make an observation, let it go, bit of banter, bit of humor. And now it's like we're all angry, understandably.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Coney Current Year. He says my West Country accent was perfect.
Perfect.
So I thought, I thought it was rather good. Yeah,
it was very good. It was exceedingly good. If Farrow was here, he'd compliment Giles's artistic skill on these horses too.
Yes.
Exceedingly well scaled, and horses notoriously difficult to draw. Very few artists can quite get them right. They're very, very well done.
Nice shading, musculature showing up pretty well for a cartoon in a paper.
Yeah, for what's basically just a one-day cartoon.
And he's drawn light, hasn't he? He's drawn the light.
Look at the light. Look at the light dividing the frame. The diagonal line across the frame.
Yeah.
True artistry from Giles here.
The toffs are slightly in the dark, but these gents are in the light. Good. It's a good one, that one.
Exceedingly well done.
It's nice to see that Giles's style and detailing is sort of consistent across the decades.
Yes, very consistent style. I'm just checking the.
I like the two dogs, sort of slightly hangdog expressions, to coin a word.
Well, again, it's that he captures so well that world of we've just got up in the morning for work, and we're a bit like we're here. Come on, he gets that. Even on this country estate, getting ready for the hunt, they've got that feel of the obligations of life, Simon. Where come on. We gotta be here and do the thing. We don't really want to, but we're here. It's a wonderful little thing he's captured there.
You feel almost the toff. Yeah, the toff is reading the morning's papers, and it's like he's slightly shook the paper out of irritation with what's going on.
Yes, more bloody strikes, more bloody taxes.
And he's catching these chaps, leaning
having a little bit of banter. So we've got two here. Related to Queen Elizabeth's state visit to Japan. Here so it's interesting seeing a foreign country drawn in Giles's style here. Go on, Simon, in your very best Charlie Chan.
Well, inscrutable geisha has half-inched her honourable majesty's our show for souvenir. Please return.
Yeah.
Please to
Of
leave
course,
shoes where something temple where I can't read what it says.
when entering
Is
temple,
it? Is it an entering
just
temple?
entering. I thought it said dithering, but no, when
Japan
entering temple.
welcomes the Queen Elizabeth. Has an extremely racist caricature accent. I won't have it.
No, it was wonderful. It was like Mikado.
Yeah.
You know, the three little maids from school, are we? You know, wonderful. But yes, of course, because you have to take off your shoes with these Buddhist temples, and yeah, the geisha that's clearly nicked one to try and probably sell it later or something.
Yeah, I see. So yeah, the dial's coming from him. He's the
Yeah,
senior who's
yeah.
overlooking the cheeky little maids.
And it's the idea that even in Japan, the
Yeah.
Giles world still it still works in Giles logic. You know, everyone's just a little bit too wise and a little bit sort of too hard
Yeah.
done by, and
Yeah. And it's
there's no panic, there's no panic or anger. He just says in a perfectly calm,
yeah,
beatified
exactly.
voice. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. And it's also it slightly subverts the sort of idea of the Japanese as very obedient and proper and rule abiding. The idea that one of the immaculately done up geishas has filched one of the queen's
Pinched
shoes for a
shoe.
souvenir.
Also, would you know he uses Cockney rhyming slang, half inch. Pinched. Who's half inch the shoe? Give it back. Come on.
Yeah.
It's one wonderful setup.
Yeah.
Also, what's the huge statue of the Buddha in the back there? Why does the Buddha look? What is it? Is he meant to look like somebody there?
It kind of looks like that, the screaming feminist meme, when Trump got elected, kind of thing. It's looks like it's wearing glasses, and
who is that meant to be then?
I don't know. That's not meant to be the Buddha, presumably.
No, it's clearly like it looks like somebody. Yeah, I don't know who though.
It's interesting though that it's the idea of the royals as a kind of property of Britain that has this adoration still, in a sense.
And as we'll see in this next one, he even treats them like just sort of slightly over begrudged working people, couple, So this is, I believe, this is still be this is Welcome His Majesty. So I think the idea here is that they've gone to an Arab country and they've cocked up the sign.
Yeah.
And of course, very much in character for Philip. He's leaning into the joke and insists on calling her Fred now that they've got the sign up.
Philip, please stop calling me Fred.
I like the way he's got the Philip's nose as well.
Yeah, he's kind of well drawn. You know exactly and immediately what you're getting. It's interesting. You got Concorde out the back on the airfield by the palm trees.
Would have been an operation, wouldn't it?
British modernity, internationalism. I mean, this was another thing about the 70s that impressed itself on me, with all of those dreams of the future, which were kind of being made real with projects, Anglo-French projects like Concorde, was the sense of, people talk about this, the first time they started calling themselves British, and there was this push for people to call themselves British. And it felt very much like, I mean, that thing about the 70s is no joke. It was a kind of jet setter age. It was this feeling that you were coming out onto this international stage in your kind of James Bond-like, Britishness that was admired everywhere. And you were
the British invasion.
Yeah. You were on the sleekest plane. Yeah. You had your blue passport. Even like me, I had my blue British Airways. Kids got given a little sort of book, which is like a passport, like a stiff-backed kind of blue passport thing. When you went on your first BA plane, you got a little BA badge thing, and you could put in your miles as you logged them in, and the captain would sign it and all this sort of stuff. So it felt very much like Britain as international traveller, Britain as international cultural property was
Britain as respected country,
Yeah. Especially these filthy Arabs, of course, with their lovely money that was pouring into London,
Yes. And it was sort of, we'll make you respectable if you make us less bankrupt. bizarre deal with them.
Yeah, very, very redolent. If you go and watch, people go and watch the Mayfair set. I think probably the third episode might give a bit of a flavour of the Arab takeover of London. There was the joke about them buying up London at the time. I can't remember. It was always kind of framed as they're not spending their money on London anymore because they've already bought the set.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Just changing the thumbnail. Sorry, Simon. There's oh, it's not letting me save it. Oh, all right. Well, we'll do that next time. But yes, I mean, this strikes me as possibly in reference to something. It seems a little bit too specific.
Yeah.
That they got the name wrong.
Welcome to His Majesty Queen Elizabeth, an exceedingly honourable gentleman, and you've got a little sort of Arab, almost like a snake charmer outside, sort of singing Queen Elizabeth, very nice man. Yes, I don't know. I mean, I assume there probably was a royal engagement in the Middle East, and this was overlooked. This local etiquette.
Grammar mistake, or maybe it's because they had to sort of get around some Arab restriction on women. I don't know.
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows?
Anyway, let's find another one. Where are we? So back to the domestic world. Very simple one.
Very good. I mean, that's a great. Just right now, because we're in the English summer, we're very fortunate to be in a relatively moderate summer as well.
Now it is.
After a few weeks of heat wave. But there's something there about, the breeze in the garden, the slightly overgrown garden, because he hasn't mowed, obviously. And Mother is saying, if he wins $1 million, we might look forward to a new washer on this tap. The Englishman lazing around.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Wonderful little slice of domesticity. What else have I got? I'm sorry, because I have to dig into the folder fresh every time. Sorry, it takes me a few seconds.
I mean, maybe they are quite lucky in the Giles family home, because the house always looks a little bit bigger, doesn't it? But it's a little bit like, like on Friends, they live in like a really massive apartment, in New York, where you think that must have cost a lot of money. Probably you'd get like a shoebox in New York at that time, so everything on telly has to be a bit bigger than what you would actually have. Just in order to give a scene a kind of, compositional felicity about it and a scope, you sort of think, I mean, this is a reasonably, it could be a reasonably largish house here with the size of that fence and that garden they've got. So maybe that he's working hard, but he's done all right.
Well, this is it, because they, as we said, they go up in they go up in status, as time goes on. I mean, he probably would have been able to upgrade to a bigger house, wouldn't he, for his growing family? Assuming he was in some, a skilled trade or, some occupation that would have had a pay increase over those years.
And there's also the thing of the 1780s. It's possible that working class people could have had decently bigger houses than we do now. I mean, we sort of know that a lot of people did. I mean, they may have been a bit tatty. They weren't done up, because doing things up was the sort of thing that came in the 80s. And kind of
doing
chucking
up the
out
ass. Loads of money. Doing up the ass. Doing up the ass that they've just bought under, right to buy.
Yeah, kind of stripping out all the old rubbish and kind of, to some extent, vulgarizing it, or maybe tastefully repositioning the interior decor. But yeah, I think it was people might have had bigger houses at times in some situations in the 70s, but they weren't necessarily, they were kind of, like I said about old sofas, they were kind of comfortably padded but a bit threadbare, a bit moth-eaten, and carpets might have been a bit raggy in spots, but it doesn't matter, because you had a bird by the fire, doing your toast.
Here we are.
Fred Windsor, proper geezer.
Proper geezer, says Scrump Monkey. Good afternoon, Scrump Monkey. Good to see you here. Friend of the channel. We're just lazily reviewing New Sunday Express newspaper cartoons. We were going to talk about art and watch a program, but I think we're just going to do
Yeah.
this now. It's fun.
Yeah, it is.
A look at Britain as it were. So here we are. One of Princess Anne's prison visits. Simon, take it away.
So, yeah, the old lag in the cell after
Yeah.
Princess Anne has visited. I'm not suggesting nothing. I'm simply saying my watch was hanging there when Princess Anne looked in. When she'd gone, it wasn't.
Yeah, the Princess Royal's come and snaffled his watch.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, I love this thing in the cell, like the guy we had before with the picture of the policeman in the cell, and you've got the lag on the top bunk, and he's got a picture of the same prison guard.
Yeah.
It's like he's comforting kind of daddy in some way.
We love our Nobsy, or something like that.
Yeah. And but they actually it's quite a spacious cell, I will say.
It is a spacious cell, but it was less
guard
crowded in those days,
things in
Simon,
there.
Britain. All those big Victorian prisons.
Yeah, but I like the fact that prison guard is a properly surly-looking thug himself.
Yeah, you can tell he's had enough of this prisoner's jiff, isn't he? Princess Anne stole my watch. Yeah, it's great.
None of this tattoos and getting hench and having,
being Somalian.
Yeah, having stacks of shampoo and chocolate bars and all this shit. They've got like they've got a ewer and a water dish and a scrubbing brush and toothpaste.
Yeah, there's no running water to this cell. No, not at all.
Properly hard prison, Carlislean maybe even.
Slightly.
Maybe even slightly more luxurious than that, but
it's
yeah.
The way the guard is standing is just it's so perfect, isn't it? Look at him. So we've got this next one is probably if I had to pick a number one Giles cartoon for just getting everything right and making me laugh, and it ranks above the Toast and the Mr. Wilson's Election.
Ooh,
this one, it has to be this.
Okay. He doesn't even turn to look at her. The little
good morning, Miss World. Yeah, it's just a little moment between them two. Just the
amazing.
It's just wonder. Just again, this sense of this put upon. Here we are, got to get up and go to work, and it's miserable, and the kids are,
I love the.
It's the one smarmy kid who's saying it.
Good morning, Miss World. I love the little sadistic trick that two of the twins are playing on the baby.
Pulling his cocoa away,
just away out of his reach.
Yeah. It's wonderful, isn't it? And I love the way Growl, coming down in the morning looking like that, and with the roll of toilet paper tucked into a dressing gown. It's so grim, isn't it?
God, it's horrible.
Oh dear.
You see how the kids have kind of learnt something about the adult world. They've got the toy car next to a little stand that says parking meter.
Yeah. And notice that the front of the car's all bashed up.
What looks like a firework in the corner.
A firework with Teddy tied to it.
Teddy tied to it and a tortoise underneath convening with the mouse.
Yeah. Oh, and also just the fact that Dad looks apoplectically miserable on the left there. Look at the heaviness of the line that he's drawn the brow with.
Yeah, he's furrowed and disconsolate and angry.
Well, look at the bareness of the kitchen as well. It's not a very. It looks like quite a poor house. This with their little tiny stove in the corner and.
But then again, it's kind of got all you need in a sense. Do we have too much? Do you need just a kettle on the boil? You need a saucepan. You've got an oven. You've got your dish rack up top.
What more do you want?
What more do you want? And I noticed the pictures they have on the walls in the house from the previous pictures as well. They've got a little calendar there. It's always a picture of like a yacht on a sort of like just a small boat on a sunny day on the sea being blown along. Maybe there's something about that, a sort of, a happy-go-lucky quality.
Freedom and beautiful vistas,
Yeah, maybe Dad dreams of having a little smallish yacht. I'm not talking about like a super billionaire yacht, just a small boat, and he can go down to Cowes or something and sail around.
There are later cartoons, sort of late 60s, early 70s ones, where he is shown to have a tiny, awful little secondhand dinghy that he
Yeah.
bought off somebody and has on a trailer behind the car. Very
Yeah.
typical sort of suburban dad type thing to invest money in. Rubbish little boats to try and
Yeah.
get
Yeah.
that sense of adventure. But also it implies the kitsch as well. They've just got that kitsch calendar with some boats on it. They're living that sort of life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Just
It's great.
the faces on both the adults. They're just that.
Yeah.
Just you can see the anger and the frustration with this grind that this type of life. Just
Yeah.
oh,
It's great.
this
I can
this I
hear.
think this is the all time for me.
Yeah, I can hear if this is animated, I can hear the sound of the baby's mug being scraped across the table because the toddler's just gently pulling on it, and the baby's going, and it's going.
Yeah, they're still pulling it away. The baby always suffers, doesn't he? They're always playing some trick on him.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, as you say, it's a one shot, isn't it?
It is. It is.
That's the Giles. That's the kind of Giles attitude. It's sort of debunking the glamour in a way.
Yes, and I think this is he takes the sheen off things in a wonderfully irreverent way.
Yeah.
So here we have set during the first Cod War, I believe, with Iceland that we had.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Was it what? That'd be 75 or 76? So yeah,
76.
Yeah,
This is one of the early ones, and then we had later ones in the 80s, didn't we?
Yeah.
I love that so with a grave international crisis over the future of cod, you're not supposed to give yours to the cat. Evidently not very happy with that. And they pulled up the armchair to the table for her as well.
Yeah. She's not
you get the
bothered
impression
about
that she's
eating.
so petty like that. She just wants to sit in the chair.
She's not bothered about the food at all.
Yeah. Notice
Notice
the toast on top of the fridge flying up.
there you go.
Don't know why they got it there.
Well, you've got to kind of, it's kind of like just to the right, you've got the calendar with Concord on it. So it's kind of, it's matching this, again, this sense of a little bit of go ahead Britain there coming in.
Yes.
And the sort of, again, the general air of getting on with it kind of jollity about Giles that happens, even if mother's being a bit surly with grandma. Again, the kids have improvised a kind of fishing rod to steal stuff off the baby.
And it's again stealing. I think Baby George is the name of that character, by the way. The young baby that always gets the worst end of it.
Yeah.
And you got the two younger women there with the sly smiles.
Yeah. Yes.
It's
the auntie's an interesting character. The kind of sort of beanpole auntie with the glasses.
Yeah,
I'm assuming that's what she is.
Is it Vera? I want to say she's called Vera.
Right.
But I may be wrong. But I seem to remember reading that she's Vera. And yeah,
she's
the very ethereal. Never really has much presence. Literally almost too thin to see.
Concord flying a bit too close to the sun, says Oland B in the chat. Maybe there is a little metaphoric warning in there in some sense.
So now we have Grandma popping in to pay Mrs. Thatcher a visit. Come on, Simon, best Mrs. Thatcher voice.
Thank you so much for calling and advising me on the changes I must make in 1987. Now hop it. Can't really do Thatcher.
No.
But you've got, Granny's happy with her cup of tea, ensconced on the sofa.
Look, she's chained to the handbag again. She's got the Las Vegas gambler briefcase thing going on.
Doesn't trust anyone.
No. Look, Mrs. Thatcher's got about 20 phones on the desk as well.
Yeah. It's a strange one. It must be very, very particular to something happening at the time obviously coming up, anticipating the election, and maybe the feeling that she needs something to spritz up the direction that she's going in.
Indeed, I think just this is kind of, I think this is sort of, the grandma has become a character to the point she can be used like this.
Yeah, it's a political angle.
What would grandma have to say to Mrs. Thatcher, sort of, sort of thing. So I've got another. Oh,
Drawing
sorry.
style's a bit different though. If you notice the background, it's a bit scrappy, in a way.
I think he's it's to set them outside their proper context. It's
Yeah.
that this is because if you look at it, Grandma almost looks like she's been imposed onto the image.
Yes, you're right.
This kind of high and mighty world of the Prime Minister in a stately mansion is it's all drawn in this slightly odd. It feels different, doesn't it?
Maybe it's like that. Yeah, that world is kind of ill-defined for them. Yeah, they are very defined in their settings, and everything outside the home is slightly more sketchy. I mean, sketchy as well in the modern youth sense of sketchy as well. This world of Westminster kind of is a bit vague and a bit scrappy, and maybe slightly despicable.
And you've always got the impression that whatever Grandma's just said, whenever it's a cartoon like this, is rather heavy and perhaps full of expletives and rather crass and vulgar. It was perhaps not the most constructive political criticism that she made.
She's kind of having a little smirk.
Yeah. She's got her face buried in the tea.
Yeah.
Interesting. Do you think she told her to give her head a wobble?
The equivalent there. Yeah. No, Grandma would be pretty robust.
So back in the east with the Windsors.
Don't say it, Philip. Please don't say anything. I mean, this is quite a I mean, the Chinese guy.
Yeah, having a great time.
I mean, that's virtually Tintin levels of racially challenging caricature. Please make racist remarks, says Vingle in the chat. Well, we won't make any racist.
We won't, but Philip, we can't speak for. I mean, he was not.
Oh bloody hell! What's going on now? That kind of thing.
But it's also the implication that the royal couple just have gone on holiday. Like it's just the two of them. There's no entourage. There's no security. They got into this rickshaw and now they can't get off.
It's interesting. There's always the thing of, you notice Philip's always in the very heavy naval uniform.
Yes, always.
It's never. I mean, because obviously you see Philip being very casual, but it's always this sense again of the ancient imperial naval power. Making itself shown to the world again at a point where, obviously there's that sense of something slipping away. It's still kind of there. They're still in the sunlight. It still glints and reflects off the braid on his uniform, but it's kind of become a bit of a cavalcade of comedy, and this is entering the period where, or in the period of Philip dropping clangers, supposedly, in his, but yeah. I like the little irate gentleman in the background. Whose
barrels have been, it's very Indiana Jones, isn't it?
The little gentleman in the background with his furious arms. He's almost like a proto Pepe, and not Pepe. Like proto. Oh God. Fucking hell! I'm losing the power of
Pepe.
Not Pepe. Bloody the other frog. Apu.
Staya.
Yeah. He's almost got a little bit of an Apu energy there.
He does, doesn't he? Kind of,
Yeah.
Yeah. They've knocked over his barrels, but yeah. I also look at the masterful use of perspective on this.
Yeah.
Look at this suggestion of this endless street.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's based on some sort of stepped street in Hong Kong or something like that.
Oh, it's just. I mean, they also all those cities are just so densely built like that, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, Queenie is kind of suffering in some way. She's long suffering, and Philip is all the kind of, plodding kind of bosh of the earlier times that she's having to drag around. Just be quiet. Don't say anything.
Yes, I mean, you must imagine it must have been like that, given his penchant for, coming out and telling Chinese students they were all a bit too slitty-eyed or whatever it was he said. I can't remember.
Oh, what do you do then? Yes, that kind of thing.
Yeah, my dear boy, my dear boy. No, you mustn't stay out in the east too long. You'll end up slitty-eyed.
It's wonderful being here. Ugu Booga land is wonderful.
Yeah, up in the jungly bungly tree. Yeah.
Barrels of salt pork. Yes, says Tolkien in the chat. Could be.
Chop suey. Right, I've got a good run of ones here. So here we have a works dispute, Simon.
Ah, right. Again, they've all got these mischievous, chirpy smiles as they, go home, Heath, scribbled on the wall.
Clearly a northern setting here. Who hung the canteen cook?
So is it 1966? Right.
So Heath and Wilson swapping in and out of the Premiership.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of, it's that sort of age. Maybe it's before the kind of union argy-bargy of the 70s, and the work to rule and the sort of gross scale of mass inefficiencies. You've got what obviously looks like very prosperous looking factory works, and the little sort of middle manager, sort of impotent and squealing as the mass man makes his way off, having plundered capital
from worker.
Yeah, and the cat again, always the animals kind of watching. I wonder if that's again. Maybe it's some particular reference again to a particular incident. You feel there might be something there.
Yeah, well, because this what's the context for noose nonsense?
Yeah, it feels like it's
must be related to a headline that we just don't have.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just going through. Thank God I found a lovely wealth of them.
Go home, Heath. I love that.
Go home, Heath.
Yeah, bugger off, bloody Tory. Cloth cap.
Maybe Heath was on a visit.
Yeah.
I don't know. And there was northern hostility.
I mean, you'd be happy if it works canteen now, wouldn't you? I mean, it's.
I know. Imagine that provided grub and all the workers' comp they used to get.
I would have loved to. I mean, it was always, I think, the only place we had a canteen. Oh well, when I worked at the National, of course, there was the National's canteen.
Oh yeah,
the National's
lavishly funded.
It was great, yeah, subsidised, so you could eat a lovely, pasta dish at lunch, really cheap. So that was fabulous. That was that's the mid-90s, and then I worked at King's College Hospital, but there was a bit of a concession there in the canteen. It was all right, but then it's all been like M&S now. They run the canteen, and it's all M&S prices, so it's not a works canteen anymore.
You may as well just bring your own lunch at that point anyway.
Yeah, but you remember there was sort of all sorts of offices in London, buildings, businesses, government departments, things like that, but even private businesses which had their own canteens, their own works, restaurant, which, I mean, that's kind of a thing that's gone, I think.
Yeah, well, all these jobs that were sort of, everything was provided inside, weren't they?
Yeah, now it's, some overpriced bit of crap from Pret and a coffee at your desk while you work.
Yes. I mean, oh God, Simon, it's so rubbish. Oh God.
Nationalise everything, Panama.
Oh dear. Right, more royal shenanigans here. In your best detective inspector.
We have received information that the owners of these premises did on Tuesday, October 26, 1965, allow pot to be smoked on the said premises. Seems
the fact that they're being out to a guardsman is,
he's being, Beefeater being tackled. There's one making a run for it in the background.
So I'm just trying to zoom in on what because it says something on the paper he's holding. So, presumably that's the context to this.
Is this the Beatles then? When Lennon supposedly smoked pot in the toilets at Buckingham Palace or something.
Oh, is that? Oh, I didn't know that. Is that? Oh, that's the okay, right.
Did the Beatles receive some honours? Yeah, and
they went there, and then they claimed to have. That's the sort of thing they'd claim to do, isn't it?
Yeah. Again, it's but again, it resonates with the Will Self story. Again, I was listening to him telling the story of when he went on the plane with Cameron,
shooting up heroin on the plane.
So I started the morning with a bit of cocaine, a little bit of heroin, and then
Brilliant.
he realized how much security Cameron had, and he thought this
Mm.
could be a really bad look. So I decided to dispose of the heroin into my body, and then he was shopped by some other journalist, who
They
couldn't have
say
actually known.
wasn't it Major's plane in the toilet of the plane that
Was
he
it
was doing
Major or
it?
was it Cameron? I think
It was
I think
because it was back in the 90s. I think it was pre-Cameron.
no, I think it was Cameron.
He
I
did that,
think it was
wasn't it?
Cameron. I think it was Cameron, yeah.
Wow.
I think it was, because it
Okay.
was not really till the 2010s, I think he was talking about. It
Right.
was,
Okay.
I think it was. If anyone in the chat knows better, let us know. No, I don't think he wouldn't have been allowed on a plane. Major. Someone's saying it's Major.
It
Let's have a
was
look.
Major.
Will Self, heroin, Prime Minister. It can't have been Major. It can't.
I think it
On
was
the Prime
Major.
Minister. It was. It was John
Yeah,
Major's plane.
because it was a while ago.
Okay, that's why it felt later, because it was 97. Because I always
Right.
associate Major with early 90s in my mind, but yes, he goes up.
Mm.
It was the 90s. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Why do I think it was Cameron? It felt like he was more of a kind of, he's more of a kind of Cameron era character in a way, or at least the end of the Will Self that we know and love kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, well, I stand corrected. It was Major. But yeah, he sort of, he thought he'd better get rid of the gear, and yeah.
Yes, indeed.
His
So we've got
editor gave an ultimatum.
bit of a blue one here, Simon.
I think I have memories of this. I think I have seen this one. It's later than the 70s stuff that we have in the books, but I have seen it. I don't know how.
Improve your marriage. Make love in your garden.
Yeah.
Strapping on the wetsuit. Ready to.
Love it. The detail, like the autumn leaves blowing in through the
hideous British weather, lashing down with rain and cold.
It seems cruel to have a letterbox down that low on a door, doesn't it, to make the postie bend out?
But I've noticed some of these old houses do have letterboxes there for some reason. I don't know why. It's a pretty stupid place to have it because and also little creatures can get in and
exactly.
But I have seen it.
Very strange.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
So this is kind of sex is rearing its head here.
86.
Cartoon.
Well, it feels, doesn't it, like it's the era in the mid 80s of the sort of turn towards focus on lifestyle. Yeah, that it wasn't anymore just about the daily grind. It was aspirational living of one kind and another, and then once you've bought all of the decor and you've got the Pog and Pole kitchen and you've got the Aga or whatever you've spent your pennies on, all that remains is to kind of curate the self, and then it's the sort of the sex advice manuals coming in, isn't it?
Facetious tips from newspapers about where to have sex,
how to fix your broken self, and
try this, try that,
And does this feel like Our Family with Granny, or does this feel like another this maybe feels like a sort of middle-aged couple in Surbiton or something?
The house feels decidedly not like I'd never seen them have a pot plant in like that in the
that's quite 70s looking, that pot plant, isn't it?
Yeah, this
rubber plant in the corner.
This strikes me as being a different family. Because if he wanted to use the classic family, he would have probably used more of the characters, wouldn't he? Than he has here.
Yeah. It feels like that particular husband wouldn't be that adventurous. The family with Giles.
No, they wouldn't. Right. Well, I mean, based on the number of children they have, I don't think they have any issues with their love lives. Given the fleets of children.
There's something about this guy's face. It makes me think a little bit of Harold Wilson, although this is long after Wilson.
Yeah, he's got that sort of flabby, jowly.
Could have a pipe in his mouth,
He could do. Well, you get the sense this is some traveling executive who's come home and,
I'm noticing more and more this thing of the light, though, that the focus character is illumined in a sort of shaft of light in some way. It's either, he's got a great talent for it, doesn't he? I mean,
captures it so well. And of course, because Britain is a dark country, literally a dark country.
Yeah.
Streams of light are part of the look of the place in a way that
Yeah.
wouldn't be the case in sort of more sort of sunnier climes.
Yeah.
I also just thinking about sort of sex in Giles cartoons. I mean,
Mm.
it's not very often explicitly alluded to, but you notice the way he draws the women.
Yeah.
As any male artist is inevitably want to do.
Yeah.
There's a real caress of the figures that he draws, isn't there, and the curves
Yes.
and the lines.
Yes.
He's clear. He draws his attractive women lovingly,
Yes.
doesn't he? As opposed to someone like Robert Crumb, who draws them,
Oh,
kind of
grotesque.
like monsters.
Grotesquely, yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah.
That's why I say I like the fact that there's a mixed array. There's obviously the grannies and the lumpy bumpy kind of middle-aged women, but then you do have the kind of the young birds who are kind of quite fetching actually, and they've always got a kind of slightly knowing smile on their faces, because they're off out
they have
tonight
that alluring
they're
sexual nature.
they're on the back of a motorbike with a bit of rough or something, but meantime they're at home doing the dishes or looking kind of pert and winsome.
Yes. There's something so voluptuous and inviting about the Giles women, the younger ones, isn't there? The way that he's clearly got the man's sense of the feminine, isn't he?
Yeah, and you see this actually, funnily enough, when we were talking the other day about Paul Heron, the writer who we're going to have on in August, talk about 1940s film. I mentioned to him about my mum told me there's a film series from the 40s about a family called the Huggets. Now, I'd never heard of this film series, but it's like a kind of series of drama films. The Huggets go on holiday, the Huggets do this, the Huggets do that, and they're sort of. It's not soap opera in a kind of EastEnders sense of people being unhappy, shouting at each other. It's a kind of just a family, but regular family, a couple of young women, maybe a young man, younger kids, I don't know, but they sort of go off and do stuff around the place, and it's kind of like the Giles in a way. It's just living. It's not excessively melodramatic or anything like that, but they do encounter situations that have dramatic interest. I mean, there was one really moving scene I watched from one of the films. As I said, never heard of these things before. And I think the wife of the house, they go on a holiday camp, and the wife of the house meets a man who she's met long, long before in her life. And it turns out, these films are made in the 40s. She's met this man who she knew as a young man and was going out with just before the First World War, right? And he's a young man, and they parted. He went off to the First War, and he was blinded. And so she's met him later on when they're both middle-aged, and she's recognized him, but of course he can't see her. And she can see that her breath kind of stops. She recognizes this guy, and she's talking to him, and he doesn't recognize her voice, So they're having this conversation, and she's, he's got this piteous story. You feel very sorry for him, but he's kind of, he's stuck it out. He's stuck his chin up, and getting on with life. And, he's reconciled philosophically. He was wounded, he was blinded, but, it's just about the getting on with it. And they're having this conversation in this room, and you can see her. She's kind of being torn apart at this man that she, the one that got away, and whose life was gouged with this horror of war. And then they meet years later in peacetime, and they're kind of these ships passing in the night again. It's a very poignant scene, and I was really kind of impressed by its sort of dramatic qualities. And I'd never, as I said, never heard of this series, but yeah, the Huggets family, and there's a couple of winsome teenage girls in there who kind of dot around the screen. I mean, it's teenage girls in the way that teenage girls in films are usually played by actresses in their early 20s.
Yes,
so,
they're
not quite that teenagey, but nonetheless, the marketing for the films very much emphasizes their comely delights, let's say, in terms of where they're positioned in the picture and whether they happen to be wearing a bikini or not.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's a kind of joy that you don't really see anymore, I suppose.
Yeah. It's like not kind of like 40s broad comedy. It's not Norman Wisdom.
No, and it's not Blue either. It's kind of
yeah.
It's it's appreciative of form to be here, you know.
And it's not heavy. It's not super heavy like 40s drama. You know, it's not like The Cruel Sea. You know, sort
No,
of. You know,
no.
you bloody murderers and or whatever he calls the captain. You know, that kind of thing. It's not that sort of incisive, searing kind of stuff. It's just it's slice of life stuff. You know, a genre which I hadn't seen before.
Mm. Right, on with the parade. What have we got next? So here's a rather good one. So more tips from the newspapers for couples here.
Relieve your man's industrial strain. Turn up heating. Wear exciting skimpy summer dress. Give him candlelight dinner with soft music. Turn TV off. Have a jolly hot bath for two. And the bottom bit is ripped off. So she's tried to contrive the means to boost her flagging sex life with a guy who rolls in looking like Skeletor in a Mac. Yeah. Here, where's me bleeding coronation street? And she's a kind of
she's tried to put on an older summer dress by the looks of it, not going terribly well.
She's got a 50s kind of like bathing dress, polka dotted, but she's a kind of she's a bit too rumpy lumpy now to
a little bit too much. The candles that like tallow candles that have just caused the room to stink. You know.
Oh god.
Oh dear. It's the way he's posed, the way he's stood with pointing with his hat. He's just taken the hat off and noticed that the TV is covered. Oi, where's me bleeding coronation street?
Yeah.
You know, that's all he wants after a hard day of industrial disputes and factory problems is a bit of telly. You know,
she's made a pathetic attempt to sort of deal with the telly by putting a towel over it or something like that.
Yeah, valise or yeah.
We're going to have an intimate evening together at home, and it's the food's probably somebody the cat's under the table with kind of like a jester's hat on.
Jester's hat.
She's tried to spritz it up.
Kind of light. I mean, to be fair, fair play to her trying to help her husband. Miserable mood, but it can't be helped. It's in the blood. I also like the implication of this really quite poor family with this one room where they've got the dinner table and just a telly in the corner.
And outside, it's like almost like it's one of those houses where you've come in straight from the street, so it's dark outside.
Yes, directly. Look at the black void through there.
There's like at the right, you can see they've got cupboards that are a bit like pantries you used to have. Clapboard kind of doors on them. So, George Orwell in The Road to Wigan Pier, he writes about a kind of living room like this, where there is a kind of, clapboard door on a pantry in the corner, and there's kind of, bits of dried out cheese living in there and bits and pieces that are sort of, the sort of sad scrapings of what people get together. And it does feel very, 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 very compressed. And this time, 79, again, I could sort of get the sense of where this is coming from, because, I think it's only a year later in 1980 that they do the thing of announcing that it's 3 million unemployed, which is a huge shock piece of news. And you get not 9 o'clock news, they do the sketch with Rowan Atkinson being a government minister looking, and now we look at the latest unemployment figures, with the minister, and he's going, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And he's sort of sighing about it, because they just don't know what to do at that point.
No, out of ideas. Well, this is it, because the quote unquote Thatcher revolution was pretty late on, wasn't it? For a lot of her period in government, things did not get better. I mean, isn't the general wisdom that she would have lost in 82, but for the Falklands War?
That's right. Yeah. The kind of, the expression is they use it like the Falklands effect or the Falklands boost or something like that. But I think that was she was kind of saved by the bell. The junta in Buenos Aires sort of came in like perfectly timed. And people have been sort of talking a lot about it recently. This whole thing of the Navy. They got an expeditionary force together in a matter of days. Went right around the other side of the world virtually, and kicked them out of the park. But
Wouldn't be able to
now.
do it now.
Well,
No,
and there wouldn't be the will in a sense, would there? There'd just be this sort of
no,
thing of where we're just going to horse trade our way out of this in some way. Hard
indeed.
force wouldn't come in, but yeah, I think it does feel like the tenor of that moment where things were getting to feel desperate, and this is the point where we kind of up sticks and said, well, my family did that. Yeah, maybe it's best to get out now.
We're off down under.
Yeah. I mean, because if we had stayed, it would have gone bad in Hartlepool. Yeah.
Yes. So here we see a trip down the Italian barbershop.
1948. So
yeah, so a very momentous election in Italy was held. I know Tony is not happy. In your best voice, Simon.
Well, what was the election background? Do you know what it was? What happened? Was communists elected or something? Or
so the 1948 general election in Italy. So the monarchy had just been disestablished by a rigged American referendum.
Yeah.
It was rigged. It was rigged against the monarchist side. King Umberto left. And it was comfortably won by the Democratic Christians, Christian Democrats.
Right.
Essentially, it was a referendum on communism. It was the communists and the Democristians and the Democristians won by a decent margin. So perhaps the implication here that our man Tony is more sympathetic to the left and. Perhaps is not the man at that moment you want with a razor around your neck.
He's got his strop there, doing his cutthroat razor. I'm wondering where it is and where this character. But it feels like it'd probably be London because it's
this would be London. This would be Soho or somewhere, where there'd be Italian barbershops.
But then it could be Scotland as well, because you had a lot of Italians settling in Glasgow. Places like that. Tony, whatever your personal opinions of the Italian election results, let's not be discussing them now.
Tony's mind clearly not on his job on this particular day.
Bastardo.
Yeah. Vendetta.
I like the elements of style in the guy on the sofa there. The kind of sort of just hunched. Again, it's this feeling of
shrinking away.
48. You sort of, you're kind of in the austerity years after the war. You're still on the ration. All this sort of stuff.
Yes. I mean, it's just such a wonderfully the way the characters are portrayed. Tony's eyes peeling up to the ceiling, clearly furious about whatever it is he's furious about.
Yeah. I just looking at the detail, the period detail of like the light, the way it feels like he could be one of those businesses that's actually set up in a living room of a house somewhere or a building that's very like it. Do you know what I mean? This is kind of it's got a feel of maybe it's not at the top end, of anything at all, but it's he's got all the kit and everything like that, and he's a
respectable barber,
yeah having curtains everywhere seems to be a very 40s 50s thing with rooms.
You can afford the fabric, you can show that you've got
and the door curtains as well. There's the thing of having rooms separated by curtains is very sort of, it was a solution to things in Britain, in houses where it might be slightly poorer.
The large figure of the man on the chair, the way the thing is draped over him, the cloth is also quite impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Let me see what else have we got here. So, the young troublemaker is up in court with a ball and chain.
Oh God, it's the old. Yeah. I am aware of Lord Goodman's opinion that the British legal system is demented. Nevertheless, this boy did wilfully commit the serious crime of acquiring 6 pennyworth of sweets after legal shopping hours. Something like that.
Exhibit A there on the bench with the sweets.
Who is the?
This is the Hitlerian.
It's a mini Adolf in the dock.
Why? What's the? Is it that he's protesting against the perceived harshness of the trial, or?
Well, no, I know it's a policeman. Oh, okay, it's a policeman giving evidence from his notebook, right? But he is made to look slightly Hitlerian.
Right. So
it's
so
the
so
boy.
this is Giles being a bit combative here.
Just notice the boy he's got he's manacled to an iron ball in front of the police officers.
So presumably the young boy has brought up Lord Goodman's opinion about the demented legal system. I also like that the two clerks appear to be doing the pools, so they're doing the football pools there on their table. They're not paying much attention.
Six pennyworth was a good amount.
That's not a small bag of sweets. Six in 1970.
You used to have when I used to go to like a sort of a nursery thing, where we would spend the afternoon. There'd be a sandpit and games and drawing and stuff like that. Then at the end there would be like a little sweet table that was set up, and if your granny was picking you up, come in and buy you a packet of sweets. I can't remember it sort of costing more than about 3p or something. And you get your flying saucers and your jujus and all sorts of stuff in a bag that would keep you quiet.
And we all did the occasional bit of snaffling from Woolworths, Simon. It was you had to make ends meet, when you're a young boy.
The great days of the pick and mix.
Oh, what days! What fun we had, Simon! What fun we had!
Oh, my boys, my boys!
We are the last island of beauty in the world.
Yeah, the pick and mix. I mean, when you had pick and mix sweeties in shops, it was a good thing. I've seen this one. I have seen this one as well.
So this would be apparently the Thatchers had a dog called Polo the Spaniel. I'd never heard of him. And Polo, Dennis looking not disturbed by the disappearance of his wife. So rather like with a slyly smiling policeman. I love the angle there of him spotting that. You could just see below his nose the little smile, can't you? Where have you hidden the lady?
Yeah, exactly. 86. Polo the Spaniel takes PM for all. Polo, be a good dog and tell us where you've hidden the lady you took for walkies. Yeah.
Just quick and cheap, that one. Very good, very good. So now we've got industrial disputes again.
Oh, I've seen this one as well. Yes. So yeah, that's very good, that one. I mean, I'm preferring the more domestic ones, I have to say.
Yes, he's got much more of a talent, isn't he?
Yeah. At least in my war, we had a rough idea who the enemy was.
Well, because this was at the time, it was the factionalism between the unions was also a problem.
Yeah.
Because so half the time it was unions fighting other unions, fighting some labor council over this or that thing.
So is this them? The young couple have come to visit him in his kind of attic where he lives, because he's got a gramophone. He's got pictures of First World War.
So they've come round.
Yeah.
Granddad's got a bed sit or something, and he lives there.
So this is November 11th. This is Remembrance Day in 1977.
Of course.
He's got a chest full of medals. He's got a bit of a moustache that indicate to me. He's lost an arm, and he's got a moustache that sort of indicates slightly more upper crust in a way, though.
Yeah, I don't see him as being just a serving soldier. He would have been an officer. Well, because also look at the memorabilia is clearly First World War.
Yeah.
He's got the guy in a pickelhaube, so Christmas tree. So he's pretty old.
Feels like he's been through. Yeah, and there's a naval picture there as well. Someone in a cap. You feel like he's been around. Yeah, interesting. But they, kind of miners. What's miners versus government unions
versus rover men.
Oh yeah,
government splits, power
power
men. So
men
yeah, it's
versus
just all the
something
different
else.
factions.
Yeah, yeah,
Mm.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's interesting. Interesting. This one. It's again. It's almost like it's less of a comic moment, as just a sort of um, I don't know. What do you say? Because the young people look quite depressed. And he's
Yeah, well,
quite
it's just
chipper. He's been through it.
yes, yes, and well, it's just I suppose
It's
it's
wry.
almost a sort of acceptance of the decline, isn't it?
Yeah,
Where are we now? We're all just sat here in 70s Britain watching unions fight each other.
yeah,
Uh, when at least in my day, in 1914, we
yeah.
knew what we were doing.
Exactly. Yeah, it was an honest fight, stand-up fight. I had my arms blown off, but what the hell? It was kind of
uh,
fun, and here's the memorabilia, and yet they're all kind of in their hippie trousers with their flares, and
yeah,
he's got his kicker boots on or whatever, and you know, they're kind of a bit glum, bit glum. I,
isn't it?
I like the little detail, just a strange little detail in the bottom corner. You've got the little brass fire surround.
I noticed that. Yeah, the implication that there's a brass fire grate there.
Yeah,
Just didn't need to put that in. Just decided
yeah.
to add that little detail. Maybe it's supposed to suggest sort of slightly more old-fashioned
Mm.
mode of living wherever this is.
Yeah, he's in bedsit
Uh,
land. He's got his sink in the
mm,
corner. Again, this is all Grandad needs.
yep,
It's all trim and
simple man.
orderly, as in the army. He's got his towel hanging up. He's got his flannel on the sink. Got his soap dish. He's got his gramophone. It's all neatly squared away.
Indeed.
And he's having a visit from the young people.
So I've got this rather nice. Back to the sort of more domestic ones now.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Trying to catch a lift.
I've seen this one. Yeah. Morning, George. You were telling us last night how your little Minnie could take 6 easily.
Well, and of course, it's sort of it's catching him in the lie, isn't it? He's
Yeah.
bragging about his car in the pub. Clearly.
Do you think basically it's a kind of there's something's happened, they can't get out. The little hat he's wearing, it's sort of meant to look a little bit like a Russian hat. So maybe
I
he's the local lefty. He's been
I don't
going on
know that.
about his
Yeah.
proletarian vehicle, his Mini, and then all of a sudden the rest of them can't get to work, and he's talked up his Mini, and now they're holding him to it.
Yeah, and well, just the the fact that it's cold and they've clearly there. I think 78 was a bad winter.
There were
and
some.
probably some reference to that. Yeah, just digging his Mini out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
kind of.
just the thought also because the way that they're scaled, they're all quite sort of bulky figures.
Yeah,
There's an implicit comedy in them all squeezing into that car to try to get to work.
But again, they've all got the slightly, rubbing it in smile. People kind of have a certain jollity when they're inconveniencing other people who have talked themselves up.
Yes. It's because he's brought it on himself, isn't he? He's the one that said his car could take 6 people. So.
He's got a little mean face as he's buffing the top of his waxed Mini.
Yes.
He's looking quite mean.
Knowing glum because he knows what he's got himself in for.
Yeah. There's probably some place in Surrey or something, that's got snowed under.
Yeah. Metroland.
Yeah.
So, interesting use of perspective on this one.
This is unusual.
Yeah, in the car.
Yeah. Okay, so it relates to a topical story. A grandmother flies top of a tiger moth for charity, like a wing walker or something like that.
Yes, a biplane.
They found Grandma halfway across the Atlantic on top of Concorde. Yeah. But do you notice the sort of the car they're in sort of still has an old look? It's probably like an old Jag or something.
Would it be a Jag? It'd be a bit.
Could be. Maybe it's not nice enough to be a Jag.
It's
Maybe
a little bit too middle class, I think, a Jag for them.
Well, I just trying to think that sort of old style. The interior of the car, the arches in that car look a bit older than. Well, maybe it could be a newer car. I don't know. If it was an old car, it
And
would have the little triangular window bit at the front of the driver window. So maybe it's
it
not.
would, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
I get the impression that it's just the fact that in the
maybe it's
40s it would have been very unusual for them to have a car,
something.
whereas by the 80s it would be unusual for them not to have a car. So
Tolpercourt says it could be a Rover. JJ Sphere Zero says it would be some British Leyland shitbox.
probably, I mean, by 87, I think they'd gone, hadn't they?
Yeah.
But I don't know. Depends how old the car is, I suppose. But yeah, this is a really interesting angle, isn't it? That he's got here.
Yeah, and I like the way the the dolly bird in the back is looking somewhat, her embonpoint is her cleavage is somewhat notably thrust to the camera to the viewer.
Giles unable to resist there.
He's
Clearly,
putting a
there's
little
such a
bit of sex
close-up.
in there, isn't he? Yeah,
He is, isn't he? He's suggesting that
Yeah.
they're, again and again, look at the sort of sweet smile. The implication that grandma going missing was really not of much bother to anybody.
Yeah.
It's only now they just happen to have come home from something else that the mother is just letting them know that she's been found on top of Concord.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm just
it's
wonder,
very
can you
good.
see the writing on the packet of ciggies in the front there? I just wonder if that's sort of a relevant thing. It's very difficult to see.
I don't think it says anything. I think it's just
Yeah.
yeah.
Cthulhu Rise says, I don't know, man. That kind of looks like a sexy Mickey Mouse or something. Pretty disgusting.
What does? What, the girl?
The woman, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be quite chuffed if I. Well, yeah. Had a girlfriend like that. I quite like tall blondes. Yeah.
If I could draw, that's what I'd be drawing. So
yeah, exactly. Something funny though, isn't it? He's still got a hat on. It's still kind of, it sort of straddles the old world. Her style, the woman looking out the window, still got a slightly 1950s-ish.
Dad got his tie on with the collar, just as a kid, just wearing a tie because it's sort of the thing to do, as opposed to because he's wearing a suit or something.
Yeah. They're going out somewhere. She's got a handbag. She's got a hat on. So it looks like it's an event of some kind. And yet this thing of how they found Grandma. Curious drawing. Yeah, it is an unusual one for Giles.
Yeah, I like it. I like when they sort of cartoonists experiment radically with the style they normally draw.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yes.
So,
what other delights of the Giles back catalogue do we have?
So, Grandma up to some mischief.
Yeah.
So 1986, this would have been Charles and Diana, would it?
No, that was 81.
81, right.
This probably would it have been Andrew and Fergie?
Possibly.
I think it would be Andrew Fergie wedding. I think it's July 86. Yeah, July 23rd.
So there you go.
Yeah. This will be slightly different, policeman. He's more modern. It'll be another reason we hope you won't be sitting here tomorrow. Your imbrication is upsetting our tracker dogs.
So this is sort of slightly later characterization of Grandma, where she becomes a very staunch royalist.
Yeah.
Giles uses her as a kind of that type of woman who's just obsessed with it, and anything royal is good,
She's chained her bag to the railing. Somebody kind of
has. Yeah, I also like the way the dogs are holding their noses.
Yeah. I love that she's got the bottle of brandy and the beat.
Along with the tea. She's got the tea, but she's going to put some booze in it.
You can just hear she's kind of just. I'm just sitting here. I'm not causing a problem to anybody. I'm not.
No, because she it's a very good voice for her.
Leave us alone, you hurried
I'm
man.
entitled to see the wedding.
I want to see the Queen.
Look, he's using his monumental style there to draw Westminster Abbey, and the background sort of implied looming over them.
Yeah.
She was the original street cure. She'd be out there in all weathers for days before.
Exactly. The tartan blanket on. The tartan blanket is Vermont. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Where is that other Grandma cartoon?
Think about streets in
Star
cartoon.
Wars earlier. Sorry, go on, Sam.
was just going to say, the thing about the streets in the cartoons, of course, the great thing about cartoons is you don't see any litter.
Yes, and there probably would have been less of it about
It would have
than there
been
is
less of it
now,
about.
I
I think there
suppose.
would have
Still
been.
there, of course, but less.
It
So,
would have been shamed if you had dropped litter on the ground. You would have had it called
yes.
out. You would have been, what did Peter
It would have
Hitchens
clipped around
say?
the ear.
Publicly denounced.
Mm, mm. So we have a Christmas time shopping venture.
That's the little sister. We haven't seen
Little
her
sister.
actually.
She does have a name, but I can't remember.
Yeah, and she's got a kind of, she's got this fierce little face all the time, and this sort of fringe, swept back fringe of hair.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you can clearly see a bit of the mother's face or eyes in there as well, even though she's a different build and different shape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
the idea the little kid of the family obviously is once again got them into some difficulty with his joking.
Yeah, exactly. Buying grandma some tights for Christmas for
which he's then worn.
Yeah, I think this was kind of that sort of fashion period in the 60s where you saw there was a sort of, it was a strange kind of like I think on the kind of hip, maybe the sort of slightly, we're not quite beatniky set. I don't know. There's a famous film, I can't remember. There's a sequence of the American actress Anne Margaret, and it was that sort of time where women, they would wear a kind of like 60s top kind of swinging London kind of top, and they wear like tights, just tights. Like
that was it. Yeah, just tights. Yeah,
and it was kind of like they were sort of dancing in the cafes kind of thing. In this, had this sort of slightly sleek look, and it kind of obviously it doesn't affect well on an older lady. But it's like something the 20-something birds might have been sort of looking, cool and urban and,
yes,
post espresso bongo, as they say.
Indeed. And, I love all the faces of the crowd, the policemen especially, with it, getting great enjoyment out of this.
Yeah, exactly. There's always that sort of air of everybody enjoying the discomfiture in some way,
yes, and it's also because it just, I can't quite make out grandma's face there. Is she
she's
sort of enjoying she's sour, or is she sort of enjoying causing the problem?
I think she looks slightly sour, but the family itself have got faces like thunder. Like even the two little baby twins who are being carried look slightly annoyed. It's difficult to know, is grandma being a provocateur, a bit of a rebel, and she's kind of impressed everybody, but the family thinks she looks ridiculous and she's embarrassing them.
Yes.
Could be that. It could be that. Maybe grandma is up for it.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, Anne Margaret was Swedish but moved to the USA. Okay, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Come on, I've got a really good one where for some reason Granny's watching Star Wars and I can't find it now. Yeah, here's another one of her being an ultra royalist.
Look at this street. So I was just looking at that
street.
Sorry. No, that's all right. Just looking at the street on the previous one. Just look at those streets. Look at those well-proportioned houses. Policeman on the corner, as you say. Everything.
This is Peter Hitchens' world. This is the world he's talking about.
This is kind of this is kind of what we're talking about, isn't it? I mean, it's not even necessarily Trumpton. It's just a kind of fairly kind of ordered, calm world of the past. There's no e-bikes.
It is
balaclava kind of thuggies on them, or
look at the wonderful way he's done the wet streets. It's clearly been raining.
Yeah.
The reflection. It's such a wonderful little touch, isn't it?
Simple technique.
Things he puts in. So here's another ultra royalist moment from Granny. Mother saying this to the policemen as they come running in to try and get her away from the Canadian travel office, and reference the headline of the day: Queen's tour, Canadians criticize HM's dress.
Wow.
So apparently, there's some criticism of what the Queen was wearing. and
Surprised.
they've come Granny's come over to set things right.
But the line there about Granny, that's a
She's
very
half
interesting.
Bolshevik all year round. Mm.
Very interesting.
Well, I think that does sum up what a working class Brit basically would have been like in 1940 odd.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially, basically a temperamental socialist, but also extremely socially conservative in all aspects. That's what the left have
Yeah.
never been able to tap into. Basically, is just be if you because they did tap into it. They called it National Socialism, but they didn't go down very well.
Yeah. Yeah. You think she'd? Yeah, that's interesting. Backstory on Granny there that she's got that.
She's a bit of bully, isn't she? A bit of bully
Yeah.
red,
Yeah. Yeah. There's meant to be like little promo statues of a Mountie and of an Indian there, and she's thwacking them with her substantial handbag.
Yes, indeed.
84.
Sorry, Simon. I'm just flicking through finding.
No, it's great. Just contemplating the images here, the little details.
Yeah, well, this is it because I like to obviously leave things complicated, but I've got a real nervousness about like dead air. I think people are going to sort of.
Oh no.
People are going to, but I don't. I mean, this is relaxed entertainment.
If anybody's worried about dead air, they can head straight on over to ko-fi.com/Panama Hat and give us something to relieve the dead air with. Meantime, back to the show.
Yeah, some ecstasy or speed.
Yeah.
We stop talking then.
Right.
So this is one of the kids cheekily asking about centenary telegrams, which traditionally the monarch or head of state of the country sends out when somebody gets to the age of 100. So 1982, that would have been Empire Strikes Back, wouldn't it?
That was 1980.
Or was that
but it might have been, it might have been the event of Star Wars being shown on television.
Right.
So
and that was
Granny, to keep up with the kids, is
watching Star Wars.
Is tuning into the So okay, and there's no more. Maybe they get no more telegram services on the front of the paper that the sister's reading.
Yes.
So maybe this is also an event. So yeah, Mum, how many centenary telegrams has Grandma had from the Queen? Little cheeky chappy, sort of snipe at Granny.
I love the way Granny appears to have kind of melted over the chair in the way she sat. Like she's like a big sort of like bag of sort of, I don't know, like she's molding into the floor or something.
The little boy, the way again he's got that middle-aged posture and body shape, that he's kind of always got that sort of.
He's his dad. He's his father, isn't he? Just a miniature version. Yeah.
He's a stand-in for when the father wasn't broken and angry. And
yes, he's still got a bit of joie de vivre left about him.
Yeah, he throws out a cheeky one-liner.
Yeah.
You've got the yachts on the picture over the mantelpiece again, and then over the TV you've got like a sort of almost like a pop art picture.
It's like abstract, isn't it? They've gotten into their abstract art there.
Yeah.
Notice Mum cleaning the fireplace, which would have been a basic household chore because people still had coal fires.
True.
In the 80s.
Down on your knees.
Would have been quite a normal thing.
Yeah, she's got the special grotty rug out for cleaning the fire. Got the yeah. I mean, this is it, isn't it? These little sort of details of domestic life that you can't think of now. Nobody's going to busy themselves about these things unless they've got a fire, of course, which is sort of kind of rare in the urban context now, isn't it? I mean, people have got wood burners in increasingly to sort of deal with energy costs, but the thing of having fires routinely.
She's got the housewifey hairband and a bit of smut on her cheek as well because obviously she's down in the grate.
Got a pinny on, that kind of thing.
Pinny. Again, it's just a bit unthinking at the time to have this sort of domesticity just as part of the fabric,
Yeah.
they were a normal family doing normal things, like
Yeah.
cleaning
Yeah.
fireplaces and watching Star Wars.
Yeah.
This one's particularly good, I think.
She's a monarch botherer.
Monarch bother. I know the fact that the guardsman is humouring her as well. Putting his head round the door.
Can Her Majesty slip out for a quick half of bitter?
And of course, the granny is of the generation where the women would have drunk things like bitter, and stouts. They would have, hardy drinkers. Even the women in those days, which was she would remember the 1880s and hard times in the Belle Epoque. They were made of sterner stuff.
She sees the Queen as someone accessible, and who would be happy to go down to the pub with her. She doesn't think anything unusual about it. I don't think she's being an arch or anything, a provocateur.
No. She's quite sincere.
Yeah, just come. Do you want to come down to the pub?
Yeah.
Why not?
She one of this old school that sees the highest upper classes as being just normal people with titles.
Yeah.
They want to go and as you say, there's a wonderful, charming sincerity to this, isn't there?
Dragging the old
genuinely
dog
asking if the Queen, with the dog, of course, and the little vulture umbrella she's got.
Yeah.
I wonder if you can get those.
It'd be quite good, wouldn't it? Get them with like sharpened beak on them in case you wanted to take someone out.
Yes. Well, for our impromptu Giles stream, I think we may hold there because my little source appears to be exhausted.
Well, it's been a very enjoyable trawl through a bit of British cultural material. That actually is. Would you say this is part of demotic culture, or is this a bit too known?
Yes.
Yeah, because I would say
it's become known, but I'd say it's fundamentally demotic in that millions and millions of Daily Express readers getting this every day.
Yeah, and it's a demotic culture I'm comfortable with, actually. I think it's very cozy in its there's sometimes elements of of culture that it's just not for me. It just doesn't stimulate me in a certain way. But I like the things which can bring a sort of like something like this. This brings a kind of a whole country picture. It's like a state of the nation snapshot thing. There's something about it, and it's about mood as well, isn't it? It's about atmosphere, because there's great atmosphere in the drawings, especially the domestic ones, about a kind of persistence over time,
Yes. And I mean, about Giles himself, I mean, he was he was from very humble origins. Learned to draw, I think, basically just in his own time. I don't know if he went to art school or not. And he was, he was drawing working class people without being a middle class person looking down at them. He was.
Yeah, I think that's important. Yeah, it's trying to capture. I think it does capture something with a kind of honesty. I mean, in some ways, I'd love for my family to have been like that. There were elements that were, on my grandmother's side, one of my grandmothers, it was a bit like that, but not really. And it would be nice to have that kind of coziness at home in that way, where everybody basically kind of gets on, and that people play a bit of mischief, but nothing's really disastrous. That's kind of a nice mood that's being shown as a kind of norm in a way. That might work for British people. It's kind of like it doesn't nail. I think one of the problems is ideas of cultural reaction want to nail people down to a very rigid, disciplined kind of lifestyle, which this is just kind of free of. It's just as people live.
And look at the way he draws them. He doesn't caricature them. He shows them as they are with
Yeah.
You know, they're conservative and socialist at the same time.
Yeah.
They have pretensions and they are cynical at the same time. You know, it's it's all you know. He get, and also just the way he draws the people and
Yeah.
the way he draws the faces. He gets that sardonic. It's Britain. It's cold. It's 6 in the morning. I've got to get up and get a fucking bus and go to a factory. You know, he
Yeah.
gets that put upon, obliged nature of people that have to, you know, that have to go around and, you know, do whatever it is they have to do. You know, even as we said, even the sort of gents about to go out for a hunt have that look about them. You know, of sort of, you
Yeah.
know, everyone's assembled and sort of put the costumes on to do the, you know, to do the thing. You know, it's
Mm.
again, we were talking about Lewis Carroll the other day. There is a kind of Lewis Carrollian, uh, if you like,
Mm.
sense of the slight absurdity of it all.
Yeah.
Um, you know, but without ever really attacking it for this or that.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Yeah. It's very. I mean, this is a very interesting one. Obviously, there's going to be a British telecom strike. This is the late 80s, 87. Mother looks quite, she's got quite a pleasant face, but she's, she's middle aged. She's got what looks like her slippers on. Father's, grumpy, of course. And down below, everybody's crowding in to try and use the phone before the strike starts. And Granny
yeah,
clearly has a long list in front.
long list of phone calls to have to make.
She's probably putting bets on the horses or something like that.
Probably, yeah. She's calling her bookie up.
Yeah.
And of course, it being a largely female household, I'm sure the phone bill is it's considerable.
Yeah.
It's address.
Yeah. The older
He's
girls are styled.
another picture of boats there, Simon. I think perhaps it's implied that the dad is fond of boats.
It's something there, isn't there, about that getting it away from it, kind of getting away, being blown on the breeze. I noticed the girls are styled slightly differently. They're sort of slightly more 80s haircuts, short hair.
A little bit, yeah.
And the kids still a kind of little sort of munchkins.
I think it was interesting to me that the girls are implied to be like, they're not teenagers, the older ones. They are sort of into their adulthood.
It feels like
and
that,
they live at home because occasionally they bring back boyfriends and steadies and things.
It feels like they're sort of 19 to 22, somewhere in there, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. And then I think I've got memories in some of them. Some of the
maybe even older
women they've got children of their own, and you occasionally see them.
Yeah.
So
yeah, maybe they are a bit older. There's something about them that's a bit more. Yeah, it's not quite teenage girls. They're a bit more worldly than that.
Yeah, they strike me as being adults as opposed to teenagers.
Yeah. But I like the little detail of the young sister with her nose kind of peeking over the top of the yellow pages just by the door.
Yes,
kind of quite cute detail.
Let's think of everybody we've got to ring before the strike comes.
She's like an autist. She's just reading the yellow.
Yeah. She just likes reading it. Yeah. The detail of Dad's toothpaste as well, going everywhere out of anger because he's squeezing it so hard.
Oh yeah.
And note the classic British working class stair carpet.
Yes.
Stair rods that inevitably go rusty.
Yeah. Gosh, yeah. Yeah. It is those little touches that give the accents to the atmosphere in the place. It's basically, we keep a good house, but it's kind of a bit of a three-ring circus as well, with lots of stuff going on.
Yes, indeed. Well then, well, Simon, I mean, we could just plow on if we want with something else, or I mean, we could just natter a bit more. We don't have to end the stream unless. How's your back holding up?
Well, I'm thinking I'm just getting a sort of little bit of a twinge in the sort of the right lower back above the hip. I could probably do with packing in for now, but I'd happily come back because we had a full program laid out of a Ken Russell film.
We ended up, we bunked off.
But that's good.
Well,
because
we can simply wait for Tuesday to come around again, or we could just do one tomorrow.
We have a packed weekend as well, don't we? We may be appearing on another channel.
Oh yes, I'd quite forgotten.
Are we allowed to say?
Thank you for reminding me.
Yes.
Well, let's keep it secret for now.
We could keep it secret for now, but we may be popping up elsewhere. We're becoming a double act.
we'll be on. Yes, we'll be on a
We could,
certain
yes, we could say
Anglo-American
transatlantic adventure.
transatlantic gentleman's show
Yes.
to discuss
A
a
film.
certain film, which I actually don't know what it is. It's been kept secret from me. So,
Well, we're going to discover it anew for the first time.
indeed. So yes, we've got that to do on Saturday.
Yeah, and there's a possibility of our Sunday Studio Dimanche opening up again.
Sunday Studio
Could be like Sunday Cafe. I mean, depends. We are also, as we've said before, considering varying times for streams. It's I can foresee a future in the not too distant future, actually, probably even next week, where we might have to change days because of a prior engagement next Thursday. So we might have to look at that.
Oh yes, yes.
So we can always do another extra session on another day or whatever. But we're keeping it free and easy because
we're just like that.
We're just like that. We just do what we want.
Bohemian.
Wild-eyed loners at the gates of oblivion.
There's a phrase.
Yeah.
So, in that case, then, what should do? I mean, I'm free tomorrow afternoon. If we want to sort of we could do the Vivian Stanshall maybe, or
I will see my disposition because I've got a kitchen job on, which I'm trying to redress. There's DIY, manful DIYing to be done, and I may defer it, and I'll give you a ping about that.
All right, indeed. Well, as I say, so probably not tomorrow. I would think because we don't want to be doing these every single day anyway.
Panama and I just live such busy lives. We're in and out of the coach and horses in Soho. Then we're off to the colony. Then we're draping ourselves languorously around bits of psychogeographic London.
That's right. And it's down to the Golden Dragon.
Contemplating the views. Yeah, exactly. We don't have time to be doing streams all the time, and yet somehow we manage. We give up treasure troves of life to come here and talk to you people. So be grateful, Simon. So Vingle D can be heard on Jay Burden's channel in 45 minutes talking about Mulholland Drive. I will certainly be catching that. That sounds fantastic. Everyone should check that out too. And donate to the channel, subscribe, like, do all the various things. Simon, do you want to give it one last shill? That is ko-fi.com/Panama Hat. That's ko-fi.com/Panama Hat. Please give generously.
And at last, before we go, a word from our sponsor.
Be the king of the road with these Carlos Fandango super wide wheels.
Alternatively, settle for a pack of Panama cigars. This will bring you instant six appeal, because there are 6 of those smooth-smoking Panama cigars in every pack. Panama, the only cigars with 6 appeal.
So, it's goodbye from him.
And it's goodbye from him as well.
Bye all.
Goodbye.